morning or good afternoon, whichever one it is. I'm not sure where you will be. What's it for you, Roohif? Probably evening, I would think.
10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m.
So it's evening for you, it's morning for me, and it's morning for you, Brian, yeah?
Yeah. Morning for me, 11:30.
Right, okay, so what it is, we have a roundtable special. It's not my normal time that I would normally be streaming. However, because of the time differences that we have here, I think to do this live, it's best to do it at around this time. So we have Roohif and we have Brian from Brian's Logic. So we have a Glober and a Flat Earther here ready to do what essentially is going to be a fight night, although it might just be shadow boxing, who knows? We'll see what happens. So I think the mics are working. I think they came through for everybody. Let's just do a quick mic check.
Can
check
you
one,
hear
two.
me, Ranty?
Yeah, I hear you good. And you're coming through good on the desktop audio, so that's very good. Right, okay, so the format you guys want to do, you want to do Roohif asking questions to start with. Let's get Roohif's out of the way, and then you want to do Brian's after that, rather than 1-1-1-1. It's going to be like 2 versus 2 in that sort of format, yeah?
As long as it's
Yeah,
okay.
I've got a few. I mean, I'll take questions from the chat later as well, so
Okay.
whatever.
So, so the plan's going to be, we're going to do about a 50-minute back and forth between you two, and then hopefully 50 minutes an hour, and then we'll take some questions from the audience. So without further ado, let's get you guys on. There we go. So right, okay. So Skype is up and running. You're now displaying. If you want to ask your first question, Roohif, away you go.
Yep. Rightio. First question is about angles to the sun. So question for Brian. Do you agree with the following statement? So at all times, the sun is directly overhead at some point on the Earth, and that point is always between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Do you agree with that statement?
At some point, the sun will be directly over somebody's head between those two tropics.
Yep, and never north or south of them, right?
No, it never goes north or south of the tropics that I am aware of. No.
Okay, cool. So I live in Sydney, all right, and that's obviously south of the Tropic of Capricorn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the tropics are
11
always...
degrees.
Say again?
Sorry. Just saying about 11 degrees.
Yeah, I think I'm 34 degrees south or so.
Yeah.
So the sun is always north of me because the tropics are always north of me, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, the tropics are north of you, so the sun is
right.
The sun is more.
So the sun is
where it's probably going to be.
Sun is always north of me. But right now in Australia, it's summertime, or almost the end of summertime. Why is it that when the sun rises in Sydney, it rises to the south of east and sets to the south of west? That's my question.
Why does it rise to the south of east and set to the south of west? Is what you're asking.
Yep.
Well, it is. See, this in the original Analema, at this time of year, which would be December, January, February, but mainly December, January. It's summertime in Australia. It's December, January, February is the summertime in Australia. That's the 3 months of summer. At this time of year, in the original Analema, the sun was at its lowest point in the sky. It was moving at its fastest around us, and it also was at its widest circle. So it's actually that would be correct, that it would appear to be coming from the south of east.
Yeah, but you've just agreed that it's always to the north.
No, I agreed. It's always going around. It doesn't go past the Tropic of Capricorn.
Capricorn. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. And the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. So how am I ever going to see the sun in the south?
But you are looking at this from a globe point of view.
No, I'm looking at it from a flat Earth point of view. I know it's possible on a globe.
Well, but if you're looking at it from a flat Earth point of view, you have to change the sizes of what you're standing on.
How does the size change the direction of the sun?
Well, it changes the angle it come at you. It changes because it's coming at you from a greater distance.
That doesn't change the direction that it's coming from.
Well, it will do. It will do if you're. It will do if you're on a flat plane. It'll change. It'll change your the sun, when you see the sun, that's its apparent position. You know what I mean? That's not its actual position. That's its apparent position.
Where is it then?
Well, it's in the sky, but it's in an apparent position. I mean, can you triangulate?
Which direction?
Can you triangulate the sun to say for definite you know exactly where it is in the sky?
Oh, you can, but it's so far away that the angles are too small to be accurate.
But see, this is the thing. I see the sun has been known to be extremely difficult to triangulate, and part of that reason is that for you, if it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn, let's just say right now, I'm just going to show something here. I'm just going to put my calculator up on screen. 1 second now. I'm just going to share the screen.
You're going to share screen, all right?
Yeah, just for a moment. I'm just going to show something. It's a calculator. Okay, so when it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn, it's 113.5 degrees from North Geographic Pole, right? Now, I can't guarantee that the latitude and longitude grid is 100% perfect, or exactly where the North Geographic or North Magnetic Pole is. I can't guarantee exactly where that is because I don't know, right? I can only go off what is given to us, right? And from what I've learned from the latitude and longitude grid is that it's actually originally based on a flat plane, and it's turned into it's wrapped around the globe after that. But that's kind of besides the point. But what I'm going to show here is if I go 113.5 multiplied by 69 equals 7,000.
What are we doing here?
This is a radius from the center of this is basically a radius from the North Pole. 7,831.5. A straight line radius from the North Pole to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's a straight line.
So radius. Yeah, that's 90 plus 23.5 times, what was it?
So that would be, it was 100, so it's 113.5 multiplied by
degrees of latitude. Okay, got to be clearer in your explanations. Otherwise, just putting in random numbers, right? Explain what you're doing.
No, I did. I thought you saw it.
Yeah,
I'll do it again. Right? 113.5 multiplied by 69 equals 7,831.5. So on a flat Earth, that's a straight line radius. Okay. Now I multiply that by 2 to get a diameter, right? And we get 15,663. Now I multiply that by 3.14 for a circumference, which will be 49,181.82. So on a flat Earth, the Tropic of Capricorn will be 49,181.82 miles.
Let me just double check that. Hold on.
Yep, you can walk away.
I'll take your word for it now. I'll just draw it in a second.
All right.
Yeah, the circumference, yeah, sure, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, just continue.
So that would be the actual size of the Tropic of Capricorn. So you're not going to see it coming around from the north. You're going to see it coming from what will look like from the south. Southeast.
No, because the tropic is when is the tropic of Capricorn ever south of me?
But it doesn't matter. It's the size it is, and when you're going to see
it's always going to be to the north of me.
See, when you're saying it's coming from southeast, right? What is the proof you're getting is exactly from southeast?
I see it in my backyard every day.
Yeah, but if you wanted to prove it's coming from southeast, if you wanted to prove that the sun is rising southeast, how would you go about that?
I would see probably the south rotational pole or the north rotational pole and apply it from that.
But are you assuming a globe before you do that?
No, I'm assuming north is where the rotation point is. You would agree with that, right? You agree there's a north rotation point?
I don't agree with any rotating anything. I agree that there's a north.
You agree the sky rotates around a point?
I agree the sky rotates.
Yes. Okay. We all agree that's north?
Yeah. Well, I'll agree that north.
90 degrees perpendicular to that is east.
I agree that north is north. Right? North is towards the North Pole, south is towards Antarctica. East and west are circles.
Oh, what, sir?
East and west are circles. Even on a globe or a flat, east and west are circles.
Sure, I'll give you that. Yeah.
So, how can you prove it's definitely coming from southeast? Exactly.
Because east is 90 degrees perpendicular to north, so I know which direction east is, and the sun is to the right of that when it rises.
Yeah, but how can you prove it's definitely coming from southeast? Exactly southeast. Now, I would say...
As in exactly 135 degrees. No, I don't.
The reason I'm asking this is that I understand that it's going to appear to come from south. It's going to appear to be coming from there. I agree with that. It is going to appear to be coming from that kind of angle. I agree. But that's because you're dealing with a bigger, flatter place than what you do with the globe.
The tropics are always north. You agree that the tropics are always north of me?
If you're looking at, like, in a straight line, the tropics are, let's say, you're 34, let's say 23.5. So, one second now, right? Let's say 34 minus 23.4, sorry. 34 minus 23.5 equals, what am I doing here?
Yeah, you mean like 10 or 11 degrees, right?
Yeah, I forget about 34 minus 23.5 equals 10.5, right? So 10.5 multiplied by 69 equals, right? So in a straight line distance, you're 724 miles from the Tropic of Capricorn. In a straight line distance, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So when that sun is coming towards you, it's not coming from 724.5 miles directly north of you. It's coming...
No, it's coming from the northeast. On a flat Earth, it's coming from the northeast, right?
Yeah, but it's coming around at a much...
Okay, so why is it in the southeast?
1 second, hang on. It's coming around at a 49,181 mile circumference. So when you first see the sun, you're seeing it coming from what would look like southeast.
No,
or at least you're going to see it coming from the tropics. You're going to see it.
You've agreed the tropics are north of me.
You're going to see it coming from the east. Yeah, but it's in a straight line. It's like, I'll put it this way then. Let's say at noon, let's say, right? At noon on the 21st of December, the sun will be 724.5 miles directly north from you in a straight line and up above that. Would it not? Is it 24th of December? The winter solstice or the summer solstice in the south?
Hold on 1 sec. Cool. Sorry, say it again.
See, the point I'm making is that during the day, when the sun goes across you, right, is it going across you to the north or is it going across you to the south?
Sorry, in Sydney?
In the summertime in Sydney. Is it going across the sky to the north of you or to the south?
Well, it starts in the southeast and ends in the southwest, but it crosses over the north.
It crosses your north, yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's coming. Yeah. Well, it can't cross across the north. It can't come from the southeast and then go up to the north and then back down to the southwest.
That's exactly what I said it does.
But it's not. How can it do that?
On a globe, that's what it would do on a globe.
Even on a globe, it'll only appear to do that. Because even on a globe, you're still dealing with the rotation of the globe. It'll only appear to do that. It's still not actually coming. It's still not, like, the globe is not tilting as for sunrise and then coming up for midday and going back down for sunset. It's just appearance. You see?
It's because we are rotating, right?
Yeah, well, the idea is you're rotating, but the sun is still, the Tropic of Capricorn is still the line the sun takes around the 21st of December, around that time of year, that's the line that the sun takes around the Earth, whether it's flat or globe. That's the kind of the general area. right? So it'll appear to be coming what looks like from east or southeast, but it's really coming. It's really still north of you. It just
You've
appears.
agreed. You've agreed that the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. The sun
Yeah,
cannot be further south than the Tropic of
yeah,
Capricorn.
but it's not further south. It only appears to be. How could it be
What do you
further?
mean it only appears to be?
Sure, it's not going to go south and then north and back south, or southeast.
That's exactly what it does on a globe.
No, it appears to look like that. It doesn't. It can't do that unless the globe is tilting. That's
The
impossible.
globe is tilting. That's what causes the season. That's summer down here. Is when I'm sort of
Globe
pointed towards the sun.
The globe is not tilting. The globe
It
doesn't
is.
tilt. It stays at 23.5 degrees. It doesn't tilt from one
Yeah,
side
it's
to the other.
it's when my southern hemisphere is pointing towards the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
You
Yeah.
know this, right? Sure.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. But it's still, even on the globe, it's still actually going around north of you. But it appears to be coming from southeast and going southwest.
Going around north of me? No, because in the morning it is to my southeast.
Yeah, but you're saying it's to your southeast. But how do you prove it's to your actual southeast and not just appearing that way? I mean, what
Because
you're
that's
saying
where it is. That's the direction that it is. Lord, are you asking me to prove which direction it is?
Shout out to Stacey B for the super chat. Says free, no wrench for fuck's sake. Wrench means work. Well, on some channels it does. Maybe not here. You know, it's more of just a symbol of my appreciation that you guys keep showing up. So here we go.
That's exactly what it does. Do I need to draw this for you?
There's no tilting going on.
There is tilting going on.
No.
When the Terminator line is on Sydney, Australia, the globe is tilted so that my north is kind of tilting away from the sun. All right? My north is tilting away from the sun. My east is therefore tilting above the sun. That's my east. So my southeast is pointing towards the sun.
During the day.
No, in the morning.
It doesn't change its tilt at all during the year. It just depends on what side is pointed toward on the globe. As per Kepler's analemma, it just depends on whether it's north or south is pointed towards the sun. At this time of year, it's the southern hemisphere that's pointed towards the sun more than the northern hemisphere on the globe.
Yes, and that's why it rises in the southeast.
You know, it appears to rise. Even on a flat Earth, it appears.
No, it does rise in the southeast.
Well, how can it rise in the southeast when it's
on a globe?
When the Tropic of Capricorn is north of you?
It's still above a point on the.
Yeah, but
the sun is still above a point on the Tropic of Capricorn, but it's midday there when it's morning in Sydney. This is really hard to do by text, by voice, by the way.
Yeah, but you have to remember, I lived in Sydney.
I know. So you would agree that the sun rises in the southeast?
No, I would agree. It appears to come from. It definitely comes from east. Well, southeast, I don't know. That's a bit of a claim to say it's coming from the southeast. It might appear to be coming from the southeast and appear to set supposedly southwest. But I just remember coming from the east, going across me to the north, and going and setting to the west. That's what.
Yeah, it's south of east and south of west. I mean, you can check in the what's it?
I mean, that's just okay. It's your claim that's doing that. So how do you prove that?
How do I prove it's the southeast? Well, I can get the.
It's an impossibility.
To prove that it's in the southeast.
But
I know what north is, right?
The Tropic of Capricorn is north of you.
Because at that time, when it's morning in Sydney, right, the sun is over a point that is midday on the Tropic of Capricorn, not the Tropic of Capricorn north of me. Okay? Northeast of me, 6 hours later, is where the sun is overhead. It's because of the tilt. This is really hard to do over speech, by the way. It is because of the tilt of the Earth. The northern hemisphere is leaning away from the sun, and the southern hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, pointing towards the sun, right? So north-south in Australia is pointing a little bit away from the sun. So east in Australia is like pointing over the top of the sun. And the sun is therefore southeast of Sydney.
you're on the east coast. So you look out the water. When you look straight out the water in a straight line, you're looking straight out east. Are you telling me the sun comes from south of that?
Yes, absolutely. You can go, what is it, dateandtime.com or whatever, or I can, my block, the block that I'm on runs east-west.
This is the thing. I figured out, right, after two presentations and one after that to say this, is that timeanddate.com and SunCalc and all these kind of things are mathematically based around Kepler's analemma. So they don't take in what the sun is actually doing. They take in what the sun should do if we're on a globe that's of 24,940 miles in circumference.
And the predictions it makes are
usual analemma, the Kepler's analemma. So it's based around Kepler's analemma. Everything is based around what the Earth is doing, not around what the sun is doing.
Does dateandtime.com make accurate predictions, yes or no?
No.
No? Oof.
No, it doesn't.
I very much beg to differ.
I checked that myself here. And even Nathan Oakley and some others back in 2015 or 2016, they proved it didn't make accurate observations at all. Or actually,
I've never seen it inaccurate.
Not for me at all. No, I found like it was like an hour more than an hour. The sun is not where it should be. You know, I've stated this before, and even Nathan and them proved it, like, that it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. So
I've never seen an error from timeanddate.com, and I can tell you my block runs east-west, and I watch it over the year. It sets to the west in the summertime and sets in the east. Sets in the north of west in the wintertime.
Hey, you guys, if you want to carry on along this track, I'm fine with doing that. But if you wanted a bit of a questions back and forth, again, I'm happy to do that. So whichever you guys want to do, if you're happy to carry on this line of questioning, I'm happy to just sit back.
I'll do a closing on this question. Brian agreed that the sun is always overhead somewhere in the tropics, and he agreed that the tropics are always north of me, and he's now doubting that the sun rises and sets to the south of east and west.
Hang on now, don't misrepresent me. I said the sun is at this time of year going around the Tropic of Capricorn, and it is. So in a straight line.
You cut out a second.
Sorry, the sun. I said that the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. I agreed to that because that is what it supposedly does. Now, what I said was that it'll appear to come from southeast or east, right? But really, it's still north of you, and go away west. But it's really still north of you on the globe or a flat Earth, because it can't.
So
what you're saying is an impossibility on either.
No, I need a diagram to show you.
Or it's not. You understand what I mean?
No, it's to the northeast of me. It's over a point. It is overhead at a point that is northeast of me. But in my morning, so it's overhead at a point northeast of me at their midday. In my morning, it is to the southeast of me. It's very difficult to explain this in words. It needs a diagram. Anyway, that was my closing for the first question. You agree that the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. The sun rises to the southeast.
Would you like to respond, or do you want to ask your question there, Brian?
Second now. I'm just looking at something now. I know that the sun, if it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn on globe or flat, can't be coming from southeast. It might appear to be coming.
Do you want to have a chat?
Do
you and Ranty want to have a chat for 5 minutes, and I'll draw it?
Yeah, whatever. If you want, you can. Yeah, if you want to do something like that, if you want to, I don't mind.
Yep. All right. I'll go mute for a minute.
So Brian, yeah. So what's happening here is Roohif's got you on because he asked the first question essentially, and you got stuck in that. And I mean, you could talk about this essentially for the next 5 hours. I feel.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Like, I mean, I understand that we could be talking about it for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, no matter. The thing about it is that it will appear to come from southeast. Like if you're talking about like if you're talking, even at that, I don't know because I lived there and I don't remember the sun ever rising southeast. I remember it rising east or appearing to be east. So Roohif is saying southeast, but I don't see how it's possible on either model. It has to be an impossibility if the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn. Otherwise it means it's not actually going around the Tropic of Capricorn in the way we think it is, and it's doing something completely different that none of us know. You're not going to see. How do we argue about the sun? I don't know how it's possible to argue for definite about the sun. I really don't know how it's possible, because how do I prove what the sun is doing, and how does Roohif prove what the sun is doing? Like when I asked him how he would prove it's coming from southeast, he kind of well, it looks like it is from where I am. He kind of said, you know, that kind of way. So well, you know, the sun is always in an apparent position. How do you triangulate that? Do you understand what I mean? The sun is a little bit like the horizon. It's always apparent.
Yeah, I just want to point out to some of the people listening as well that for some reason this stream never runs very well using the YouTube app. So if you're on an Android phone and you're trying to listen to this on a YouTube app, it just cuts out. You'll get 45 seconds or a minute and then it'll just freeze. So my advice to that is, as a workaround, either uninstall the YouTube app and try and reinstalling it for an update, or if you don't want to do that or it doesn't work, just use a browser. So use Chrome or something, search it on your phone, and don't use the YouTube app, and that way you'll get to hear the stream without any interruptions. Right, so you've got something to show there?
Yeah, we'll have something up there, a diagram.
Yeah, it's a pretty dodgy diagram, but it'll do.
Oh, I see it, yeah, I see it.
Right. All right, so the Earth, am I on the live stream as well, YouTube stream as well, Ranty? Yeah, okay. So I've drawn the Earth with a tilt, and the sun's over here, and the equator's this line, which you can see here. This is the Tropic of Capricorn, and this is Australia. All right, so you can see at this point, so this is at the point where it is morning, like sunrise in Australia. And at this time, it is also midday, wherever this is in the Pacific somewhere, Hawaii, whatever. Okay, so there is a point somewhere over Hawaii where the sun is directly overhead. Agreed?
Yeah, well, at that time of day, in the southern hemisphere summer, at that time of day, the sun will be at midday, somewhere like that. Yeah,
somewhere on the Tropic
of
Capricorn. Yeah, on the Tropic of Capricorn, directly overhead, that's the sun. I am in Sydney here. My east, oops, shit, hang on. My east is that. That's my east. Do you agree that's my east?
That looks to be east, yeah, that would be east.
Okay, so where is the sun?
What do you mean?
What direction is the sun?
The sun would be over here. If you see that line you made to the east, see that line you made, the sun would be over there.
No, the sun is to the south of east. That's my east. The line I just drew is my east.
You placed the sun over there, but the sun wouldn't be possible to. Like,
that's where the sun is. The Earth is on a tilt.
The sun would have to be over here for that to.
I can't see where you're pointing, by the way.
Otherwise, how can the sun rise from the east in the way you're talking about? See, this is all pre-assumption. This is all based on the pre-assumption that you have this massive sun 93 million miles away.
That's the model. That's the model. If you could find an observation that disputes it, sure.
Well, there's loads of observations that dispute it.
Well, I very much disagree with that. Yeah. Can you see how the sun? Can you see how the sun is southeast there, right?
Yeah, but for the sun to be shining directly onto where you have the Tropic of Capricorn, it would have to be over. You see where the line is? It would have to be over there, and you're turning towards it. You would have to be turning to the sun. So the sun.
And that's when the sun becomes north of me.
If you are in Australia, let's say where you're showing Australia there, and the sun is where you have it, then that you would already be looking straight at the sun.
In sunrise.
Yeah, but if you want sunrise, you'll have to move the sun over to where you pointed east. The sun would have to be, if you'd have to move to where you pointed east.
The Earth is rotating around that vertical line.
Yeah, but the thing about it is the sunrise happens on a globe, right? on the globe, belief, due to a rotation, right? That's agreed?
Because of rotating, yes.
Yeah.
You're cutting out a little bit, by the way.
Sorry. The sun is rising on a globe due to a rotation. Now, you just showed exactly where east is in Sydney, from Sydney. So the sun would have to be over there for it to rise in the east.
No, because it rises south of east.
According to
That
you, but
line-
you can't prove that.
I can't prove where east is.
No, but you can't. I asked you, how do you prove? How can it physically rise south of east and then go north and then go back down to southwest? It doesn't.
Because
It only can appear to do.
As Australia rotates to face the sun, as it rotates towards the sun, so that it's midday, then the sun will be north.
But you have the sun in the wrong place to get sunrise.
No.
You have. You'd have the sun would have to be over there where you pointed east. That's where the sun would be.
No, the sun is south of east. That's my entire point.
But the sun would be. How could you'd already be looking at the sun? The sun would be already risen. Half of Australia would already be like you'd be in midday nearly there. You know
No,
what I mean?
what I've drawn here is sunrise in Sydney.
Argument when you put east, because that shows exactly where you'd have to look to see the sun.
No, I would look south of east because of this diagram. This is why I would have to look south of east.
Well, if you look south of east, show me exactly where south of east is then. Draw south of east.
Yep. One sec. I can't draw a line spot on there. Fuck. Hang on.
Okay, leave that line there.
South of east. That's where the sun is.
South of east.
What?
That's only a line that suits your argument.
That's south of east. That's where the sun is.
Can I just say, I knew you were going to do that, Roohif. As soon as you said, can you draw a line to it? I knew you were just going to draw a line to that.
Yeah, I'm drawing a line to the sun, which is south of east.
In between, south of east, if you were going to do south of east from there, right there, south of east would be in between those two lines.
In between, I can't see where you're drawing, by the way, because I'm...
This cannot be, where you have Australia now, cannot be, like the south of east from there would be in between those two lines, would be a line in between those two lines. The one you did just draw to the sun and the one you drew to the east. South of east would be in between those two lines. That would be where south of east. The
line that I drew to the sun just then is south of east.
No, that's a little line that suits your little argument.
It's south of east.
No, that's not south of east. That's a line that suits your argument. Look, the thing about this is, you're like, what is the actual argument here? What is the point of all this?
Oh, it's a logical disproof of flat Earth.
How is
it's one of the only actual logical syllogisms you can come up to disprove it.
How is a logical disproving of flat Earth?
Well, show me a flat Earth map that has the sun rising south of east when the tropics are always north. That's why I got you through the first two questions. And I said all times, is the sun directly overhead a point in the tropics, and are the tropics always north of me?
No, I agree the tropics are always north of you. I don't disagree.
Then the sun is always north of me on a flat Earth.
The tropics are always north. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The tropics are always north of you on a globe. You understand? It doesn't matter. The tropics are always north of you on a globe or flat. That doesn't matter.
Correct. But on a flat Earth, the sun cannot rise south of east.
But it can't rise south of east on the globe either.
I just showed it to you. This is the diagram I just showed you.
But it can't rise south of east either on a globe.
I just showed what is wrong with this diagram.
No, you didn't show me. That. What you showed me was a line that suited your argument. Different thing.
Which is south of east.
It's not south of. That's not south of east, Roohif. I'm sorry, man.
You agreed. You agreed when I drew the line from Sydney, and that was east. The line that I drew the sun. Where would you look?
I didn't agree when you drew south.
How is it north of east? Is that line north of east?
That line that you drew to the sun there. That line
is it north of east or is it south of east?
Oh, southeast.
It's the south of east. Very good. Well done.
No, I didn't agree to that. I said southeast would be in between those two lines. And you have not proven the sun is rising. Like it's impossible for the sun to come up southeast. on either.
South of east. I'm not talking
If the
exactly
sun
135
if the
degrees.
sun
I'm talking
directly,
south of
see,
east.
what you're saying this proves your model. Because on your model, the sun is
I'm saying it
shining
disproves
in the
flat Earth.
Tropic of Capricorn. No, it's disproving your globe Earth model. Because on the globe Earth model, at this time of year, the sun is shining directly onto the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yes.
Right, directly onto it. Right. So how can this sun be shining directly to you southeast if it's shining directly onto the Tropic of Capricorn?
Because that's at midday. This point of Earth
Do
here that
you
I've drawn.
agree? No, hang on. No. It's shining onto the Tropic of Capricorn all the time, directly. Like where you have the sun there is not. Where you have the sun there is not correct. That sun should be up higher.
No, the Earth is tilted relative to the sun.
Yeah, but it should be up higher. That is not correct. That is not. No, it's tilted relative to the sun. But that sun should be up.
Hang on.
You have it nicely low to suit your argument. That's you don't have it on it where it should be.
Rumpus wants me to label this. Hold on. North. And where are we? Text. This line is south of east.
Not south of east.
Is it north of east?
With Rumpus now is either you're having a debate with me or you're messing around with Rumpus. Either one or the other.
Oh, I'm with you. I just saw it in the chat. I've got the chat over here with.
You're south of east. Yeah, but the line you're drawing to the sun here is the line that I knew you were going to draw, and Randy knew it as well, and I'm sure everyone else knew
south of east.
That's where you wanted it to be.
Okay.
The sun is not
north of east or is it south of east?
Okay, guys. This argument's go on. I was going to say this argument's pretty dead for now. I think.
Yeah. Well, I'll put it this way. Right. I'll put it this way. If you claim that this is proving your globe. And is this what you're claiming?
I don't claim that anything proves the globe. I can disprove things.
I can claim that things prove flat Earth.
You can what, sorry?
I can claim that things prove flat Earth.
I bet you can't.
Yeah, that's not a really...
Not as a challenge.
That's not really a response. Oh, but hold on, guys. Brian, that's not really a response in relation to this. I'm sorry, but... Could we move on? Could we get past this point? Because
Can
I
ask a very yes/no question? Is that line south of east or north of east?
Which line are you talking about?
The line that goes to the sun. Is it south of east or north of east?
That's not south of east.
Because let the viewers decide.
The problem you have is that when you're looking to the problem you have is you're putting the sun physically south of east. The sun is not physically south of east. The sun's light is strongest over the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. So the sun is shining mostly over the Tropic of Capricorn this time of year. Let's just say that's its line that we know of, supposedly takes. See, this is all stuff that none of us can actually 100% prove. We can't prove exactly what the sun is doing. I can give an explanation and I can say, well, it's doing this and it's doing that and this suits this and this suits that. But I can't use that to prove that the sun is definitely doing anything. It appears to do it. As I said, it's a very difficult thing to triangulate. So,
all right, next question.
Yeah, next question. Let's move on.
Yep. So I leave Glenn. You ask the next question.
I thought it was up to you, actually.
Well, to be fair, we'll be going for 40 minutes, so as long as you guys are aware that, if you've got a time constraint, then you better get cracking with these questions.
Yeah, okay. I think Brian should go. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, Glenn, can you provide me, do you agree or disagree? Would you, that's the best way to word this. Do you, that's the best way. Can you provide me any evidence of a geometric horizon?
Any evidence of a geometric horizon?
Yeah.
As in, can I point to it? Or is the actual visible horizon the geometric horizon?
Do you view the visible horizon as always as an apparent, always as a geometric, or sometimes geometric, sometimes apparent? What would you go with there?
I would say the horizon that we see is almost never the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is basically a calculation. The apparent horizon is obviously the horizon subject to refraction.
So can you provide me a photograph of what you would, deem as the actual geometric horizon, or would you say it's always apparent?
I would say the geometric horizon is almost always in the foreground, and then the apparent horizon is what it is.
Can you see it? When you're saying in foreground where?
Oh, it'd be a mathematical. We would use the radius and work out how far away it is, and that would be the point.
Yeah, so you'd be using mathematics to say
I'd be measuring it.
Should be kind of thing.
The geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is useless because of refraction.
Well, see, this is the thing. Well, this is the thing. You see, this is the problem. I can find zero evidence of ever seeing, or anyone being able to provide me evidence of any geometric horizon ever. It's only ever a mathematical thing. Now,
correct, because of refraction.
When you say refraction, right, which effect of refraction are you claiming?
Generally looming, yeah. I mean, the general direction of the density gradient is downward refraction and therefore looming. Yeah,
well, light bends down into as it hits into a denser medium. Yes, you'd agree with that. Yeah, the medium, like a denser air, obviously the air closer to the more dense air will bend the light down. But for you to claim looming, then that means you have got to have a geometric horizon for things to loom above.
No, looming happens to things before the horizon. Looming is not purely about the horizon.
No, it is looming. Looming is things being loomed up above the geometric horizon.
That is an effect of looming, but things before the horizon are also loomed up. Everything you see through a density gradient is loomed up, including stuff before the horizon and behind the horizon.
That's an impossibility. You need
here we go.
The horizon for things to be loomed up behind, as looming is based on R. Looming is based on a radius. So you need
not exactly. The 7/6 R is obviously.
You need a geometric horizon for things to be loomed up from behind.
No, disagree completely.
The idea of looming is that things are loomed up above the geometric horizon. That's the idea of looming.
That's no.
Can you give me any? Let me see. I'm going to just 1 second now. I'm just going to share my screen a sec. 1 second now.
Sleeping Warrior says, get a definition of looming from Roohif. Looming is when an object appears higher than it otherwise is geometrically.
Well, if you're going to say that, you're going to have to come up with a definition, like a for it. Yeah, but that's only what you say. That's just what you're saying. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction, usually due to thermal inversion. Looming is the opposite of sinking. Both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages. So looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, above the horizon.
Yeah, I disagree with his. I disagree with his definition.
Well, you can disagree if you want, but if I have a definition and I can get others that will support what I say, and you can't get any that will support you. Yeah, but this is the thing. You have to come up with a definition that supports that you can have looming, and not just any old definition. It has to have a study behind it that proves that you can have looming before an horizon. Because
the density gradient doesn't just.
Density gradient has not to do with that. Just bends light. A prerequisite of looming is a physical geometric horizon. That's the whole point.
Okay. Question. All right. So let's talk about something before the horizon.
Hang on 1 second. I have another question for you.
All right.
What would you, if I asked you to prove looming, how would you do it?
I would probably show the oil platforms from BML SB 69.
Okay. Which one? Which photograph?
Hang on.
The one, the Black Swan photograph?
I don't know what all the talk is about black swans recently, but hang on, I'm going to find it. Hang on. All right, found it. Hold on. Let me share screen. Not that one. Sharing screen. That one.
You're sharing now, yeah?
Yep. All right, so obviously the oil platform in the back is relatively higher than it was in the first photo.
So let me see. So where are you claiming looming here?
Well, are these things in relatively different positions? Does this appear higher than it did previously?
So the one on the left, what you're saying is the one on the left is appearing lower than on the photograph on the right.
Yeah, so this one on the left is normal,
what about
everyday.
What about the two forward, the habitat? What about the habitat?
Hold on, guys.
Well,
I need to intersect here just a minute. This is clearly taken from different elevations, and that's why you've got a different
No, you're
parallax.
calling him a liar, Andy. You're calling your buddy a liar.
It's nothing to do with that. Mistakes can happen, but this is... I've been through this image myself, and I've already looked into it, and you can clearly tell that they're taken from different observation heights. So I have to say that it is kind of a cherry-picked image, but seriously, the parallax is wrong because it's at different elevations. I mean, if you guys want to argue this point, sure, by all means, but, that's just the research I've already done on this, so...
Yeah,
okay, you guys can I'm happy for you guys to dismiss all this guy's work. I think he has great work. Flat earthers can take what they want from it.
So, I don't know, is this BLMSB 69? That is?
Yes. Yep.
I'm not dismissing what he's doing. The two forward platforms for a start are the same height, so that dispels looming for a start, number one.
So say it again.
Number two is the horizon is behind that first platform in the right-hand photograph.
Correct.
So why is it not sinking? Why is the back one not on into sinking?
Sorry, why is the back one not sinking?
Back one not sinking. Yeah, why is it not sinking? Atmosphere.
It's loomed up because of extreme refraction. This is the point.
Well, hang on, I'll share a photograph now that will dispel that.
You agree that these are, like the one on the right is relatively higher than the one on the left, right?
Definitely.
Right, so Ranty thinks these photographs were taken at different elevations. Yet in the video, he clearly says, I've been to the same place as many times as possible for 3 months. Almost every day it looked like the one on the left. One day it looked like the one on the right.
But he didn't say he was at the same elevation, did he, Roohif?
Yes, he did.
No, you just quoted what he said, and he never said he said he's gone to the same location every time for the past 3 months, and this is a different image to how it normally presents itself. But he never said he was taking it from the same elevation, did he?
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Can you prove that? Can you show me that citation from his words?
Different day, same exact location, same exact elevation.
Okay, fair enough. I'll accept that he put that down then, if that's the case.
But it doesn't matter because the top of the two forward platforms are exactly matching. So the habitat platform is exactly matching.
That's what he's using as a reference.
How far away is Grace?
I have no idea.
And is the tide further? Is this on high tide at the left and low tide on the left? Or sorry, high tide on the left.
Are you saying that makes a difference to structures that are built into the ground?
Tide absolutely makes a difference. But see, there's obviously a sinking issue going on here because the one
are these things floating? Are these things floating, Brian?
Hang on a second. Hang on. There's obviously a sinking issue because there's no way that the one at the back can be this height on one day and that height on a different day if there wasn't a sinking issue.
Except if there's extreme refraction and it's looming.
1 second. I'm just going to show that now. 1 second now. Now, there's the Black Swan photograph, right? With the horizon on both platforms, right?
Am I looking at your screen now?
Yeah. There's the Black Swan photograph where the horizon is behind both platforms.
Hang on.
So you can't prove in the picture you showed You can't prove that that's not sinking, atmospheric sinking. What I asked you to do was prove looming, and you didn't do that. You showed
what's the
something
opposite? What's the opposite of sinking?
The opposite of sinking is looming.
Okay, so one's looming, one's sinking. Take a pick. I don't care.
Well, obviously not, because the two ones in the front are the same height. So
No,
the only
that's
thing
all. It's just using the one at the front.
In that photograph, the only effect in those two photographs was the back platform. See, the problem is you have to explain this. You have to explain this, and it's funny because I wasn't even going to bring out the black swan photograph. I was actually going to just talk about the horizon and about looming. But it seems as you brought it up. Here's the black swan photograph. I was only going to take this out if it was absolutely necessary. You have to show how, from a 1 foot observation, that there's an horizon at least 10 miles away.
Right. Okay. Let's do it. I did this the other day, right?
Because that's why it's called black swan. See, you haven't proven looming. You showed two photographs together, and you claimed looming one of them.
I don't care which one you claim is looming, but one of them is definitely higher in the other.
For things to be looming, for a star, for things to be looming, you need to have a geometric horizon. And you said earlier that you said, yes, you do. I just gave a citation, just gave a definition of it. Sorry, a definition. You said earlier that horizons are always apparent.
I said the geometric horizon is irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, because you need a geometric horizon for things to loom above. Without a geometric horizon,
let's sort that point out, okay? Let's talk about something that is obviously in front.
You have to give me something, right? A definition of looming that says, right, that is backed by study that shows, right, that things can loom, right, before a geometric horizon. Well, first you have to come up with a geometric horizon.
Let's deal with that question. All right, so we're talking about an object that is clearly in front of the horizon, so it's not behind the horizon, right? Now, is there a density gradient?
These two here, you're talking about these two here, yes? These two platforms.
Whatever.
In front of the horizon.
Any object that is in front of the horizon that we can see, okay?
Right.
Is there a density gradient between me and that object, whatever it is?
Is there a density gradient? It depends. Well, it depends. There's going to be a density gradient if, like, the two platforms. If you're at sea level.
Don't worry about the platforms. Just any object.
I'm just using those as an example. If you're at 1 foot elevation or whatever, and things are higher than you, then there's going to be a density gradient within the gases. Yes, it's going to get denser closer to the ground and sea. But what's your point? My
point. Okay, so any object that is in front of the horizon, so closer to you than the horizon, there is a density gradient between you and that object. That density gradient will bend that light down. It will therefore, under my definition, it does.
Looming. Your argument of light bending actually disproves all looming, because if light travels, right, and is bent down by a denser, right, atmosphere, right, by denser atmosphere, if it's bent down, then it cannot come back up from that denser atmosphere on flat or globe. Looming is an impossibility.
What?
You can't prove a geometric horizon, and you can't prove looming, especially with the argument
the geometric horizon is irrelevant.
You're making it absolutely impossible for looming to ever happen, because you're arguing for light bending down into a denser medium, into the denser medium. Or denser end.
That's exactly how looming happens. Light bends down into a denser medium.
If light is bent down, if light is being pulled and bent down the way, right? If light is being bent down the way, then it will not be able to bend back up into the lighter. Because if we had a geometric horizon here at 1.23 miles away, right? If we had a geometric horizon here at 1 point, if you can see where I'm moving my thing here, let's say it's somewhere around here, right? Yep. If we had a geometric horizon there, right? And the light is being bent down over that geometric horizon into the denser medium, into the denser end of the atmosphere, which is closer to the sea and the land. Let's just say, right? How can that light come back up from that denser medium to loom things? Now, we don't have a geometric horizon, but even if you did, your argument kills the idea of loom. Because light bent. Your argument is that light is being bent down into the denser medium. So how does it not bend? How does it re-bend back up into the lighter medium?
Doesn't need to bend back
guys,
up. Why does it need
listen.
to bend back up?
Hold on, guys. The Rumpus is pretty adamant that Roohif, you should check your Skype for some kind of citation that might help your argument in this.
Oh, all right, hang on. How do I see my chats now? Not that one. Oops.
If it comes from Rumpus, then it's not a citation.
Yeah, but I think the chat wants to see this as well. I think they would be interested to see what he's actually promoting on this. So
where are we? So he's got a quote from Andrew Young at the SDSU.
Could you present it?
I don't want to just share Rumpus's.
Oh right, okay. Has he provided the link for you, or is it just a quote?
Yeah. So I'll read it out. So it is incorrect to say, as even some textbooks do, that a mirage is an image in the wrong place, because atmospheric refraction displaces almost everything we see from its geometric position. That is correct. That is what I'm trying to say to you guys. There is a density gradient between me and any object that will change its apparent position. That is, rays of light in the lower atmosphere are usually curved because the density of air usually decreases steadily with increasing height. Thus, everything normally appears displaced slightly above its geometric or true position. This displacement is known as terrestrial refraction when the object is inside the atmosphere, and astronomical refraction when it is beyond the atmosphere. Thank you, Rumpus.
I'd like to see that there on screen from Andrew Young, and I'd see how he didn't pre-assume a sphere. But I want to
you don't have to.
I don't want that to be Rumpus's version of it. So either I want to see the actual one, not just Rumpus's version.
No, this is from Andrew Young.
Yeah.
This is from the guy that you quoted, right?
How does that make it real?
Hang on.
Because this is the problem. You need a geometric horizon for things to loom above.
No, you do not, because even things this side of the horizon,
things loom up from above, and a horizon loom up above, and a horizon, a geometric horizon. That's the whole idea of looming. Looming is based on a radius.
No, it's not.
Yes, looming is based on radius.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Looming is based on radius.
We just went through this. Let's do this again.
What horizon is it looming up above then?
Again, my definition does not include a horizon.
Does it loom above an apparent horizon?
They do, yes. But also, objects in front of the horizon also loom up.
An apparent horizon is not a real location.
Yes, it is.
No, an apparent horizon is not a real location, not an actual location.
It is. It is an actual location.
You can't go to an apparent horizon.
Yes, you can. You're seeing something.
Hold on.
You're seeing water. Hold
on, guys. Everything is the apparent horizon. Every time you denote where the sky and the ocean would meet, that is the horizon. That's just a definition of it. It doesn't mean it's a real place. It's just the apparent position.
It is water. That water is somewhere. That is a place.
No, it's not. It's not a physical place. If you try and go to the apparent horizon that we see in the black small photograph, then there will be another apparent horizon. You'll never get to that horizon.
Well, let's put it this way, Roohif. On this image that's on screen right now, if you went to that apparent position, and somebody dropped you off there on a helicopter, or the one that he's showing, in your model, you would probably fall down about a mile before you hit the ocean. So it's not a real position in your model.
When you are on the beach, you are seeing a horizon. That horizon is not the geometric horizon. It is an apparent horizon, but it is still water, and that water exists somewhere. It is a place.
Oh, it's still water.
Can go to.
Oh, cool. That's still water. Oh, that's excellent. So you've just increased the radius of the sphere, then.
Due to refraction, that's the apparent.
No, you said it's real water.
Yes.
You said it's real water.
No, but it can't. No, you keep claiming refraction, right? Right. Only refraction. You keep claiming refraction. Refraction is a broad term. So all you can claim is looming. For it to be, if you're talking about it being on a sphere, then it has to be looming. And looming needs a geometric hard horizon
No, it
for things
doesn't.
to loom above. Yes, it does.
Objects in front of the horizon are loomed. Objects in front of the horizon are loomed because there is a density gradient between you and that object.
Can I just say that it's been made out to me in chat that apparently you said that those platforms may be floating. I can confirm that they are definitely not floating.
Yeah.
Definitely not floating.
Excellent.
That
was actually quite funny.
I'll start again. Looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction, usually due to
I disagree with that definition.
Looming is the opposite of sinking. Both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages. And this comes from Atmospheric Optics Glossary.
I know who it comes from. Yeah.
Well, can you show me a definition or a citation that supports what you're saying?
I'm just giving you my definition. Objects, regardless of whether they are in front of or behind the horizon, are affected by atmospheric refraction.
But that's going to be like your line to the sun. Like, you haven't shown that on screen. I haven't seen that on screen. And even if you did show it on screen, it doesn't prove looming before an horizon, because the whole idea of looming is based on a radius. Looming is based on a radius.
Looming doesn't have to be based on a radius. In the curve calculators, it does, because you're trying to see how much is hidden.
But looming is based on a radius. It's based on radius. Your argument earlier of light bending down into denser medium, right? This disproves all idea of looming.
Looming is light bending down into denser medium. That's what it is.
How can things come back up? See, as I said, if this had a geometric horizon at one point where my cursor is here, at 1.23 miles away, right? Then that would mean all this stuff here is loomed up, except for the horizon can't be. You can't loom an horizon above an horizon. You can only have one horizon.
Well, the horizon is loomed. Let's bring up the other image.
You can't loom an horizon. You can
share my screen. Share my screen. Hang on.
1 second. Let me finish my point here. You can have one horizon, right? Now, the whole idea of you saying that light bends into the denser medium, right? The whole idea of what you're saying of light bending into the denser medium. What that does is that disproves looming, because how will it come for looming to happen? It means that light has to come back up over a curve, and has to come back over a geometric curve, which means it comes up back up over a geometric horizon. So how does the light come back out of the denser medium? What brings the light out of the denser medium back into the less dense medium, which would be there? Because in a straight line, as Randy said, in a straight line, you'd have a massive drop value on a sphere. So,
can you see my screen?
Yes. I don't see how any of this is looming.
Is the horizon higher?
Which horizon?
The one on the right. Is the horizon higher on the right than it is on the left?
The one on the right? Are those horizons?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Are they geometric?
Are they what?
Geometric?
Are they geometric? No.
Yeah.
The geometric horizon is pretty much irrelevant to these observations.
It is. Well, that seems to be, because there's no sign of it. It's not around.
You can't point to it. You can't point to it. It's a theoretical measurement.
Above an apparent horizon, because an apparent horizon is not like a real location. It's not physical.
You can see it. That water that you see is somewhere.
And lower, like bad weather will bring an horizon closer to you and lower in a shot, and good weather will bring horizons further and higher in a shot. That's all it is. It's just different weather conditions.
Only if it's really bad.
But you need a geometric horizon. So unless you're claiming one of those is a geometric horizon.
No.
Because you need a geometric horizon. Look, Roohif,
the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon will almost never be the same.
The whole idea, well, they're never the same, because we can never find this geometric horizon. For looming to happen,
you can't point it out. You can't pick it out in a picture because of refraction. They're almost never in the same spot.
But then they're not. What's never in the same spot?
The geometric horizon is almost never in the same spot as the apparent horizon.
But the geometric horizon has to be in a particular place.
It is, but it's a measurement, right? I mean, we will calculate it mathematically and measure it out, but you can't pick it out in a photo.
Where is it in these two photographs? Where is the geometric horizon?
Somewhere in the foreground. Somewhere in the foreground, there is a spot that is 1.2 miles out.
Is this a 1 foot observation? Is this a 1 foot observation height? This one?
No, this one's 70 something feet, I think.
This is from a 70 something feet high observation.
Yeah. So however many miles out that geometric horizon is.
Further again, isn't it? Grace is the Grace platform. That's out further again than. I don't know what distance that is, but it's out about 20 miles, is it, or something like that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, something. It could be 15 miles. Something. It's out a good few miles past the habitat. That's for sure.
Yep.
But you need to come up. See, the problem is you don't have a geometric horizon here. You need a geometric horizon to claim looming. I mean, when we look,
I don't.
Well, listen to this then. When we look out into the ocean or along a big piece of land, whatever, what we keep on seeing objects, right? Whatever, big objects, small objects, whichever. But big objects at a distance that we are seeing way further than we should see on a globe of a 39, 59 mile radius. And what we're seeing often is we might see the bottom of them, right, obstructed. Now, there's many reasons for the obstruction, but your claim about light bending suits that. Because if light is always bending down, then it's the same on a flat earth as well as on a globe. So it's going to
It is, yes. And as soon as you guys accept it, I have a Canagoo to show you.
Yeah, it's going to stop, 1 second. It's going to stop us, depending on the weather, it's going to stop us, okay, being able to see the bottom of things. That's why sometimes we can, at a distance, from the same camera height, you will be able to see all of something, and another time you won't be able to see all of something. It's about the light bending. But
yes,
that really proves a sinking or a sinking type effect. It doesn't prove a looming.
How about we get a theodolite out and we'll actually figure out whether it's sinking or looming?
Sorry?
How about we get a theodolite or an auto level and we actually work out whether it is sinking or looming?
Well, will you be taking angular size change into account?
Of course. Whatever you want to do with angular size, I'm happy with.
How will a theodolite prove whether it's sinking or looming?
Well, there'll be, like I did in California last year. I took a theodolite out into California desert. I got up onto the aqueduct up at 900 meters above sea level, pointed across to a few mountains of known heights, worked out what an angle should be to the top of those mountains, and worked out what it should be for a globe and a flat Earth.
Right. I talked to Jesse Kozłowski. He had this thing where he had his theodolite set up across this body of water. It was only a couple of miles. And on the other side of the water, he had this post. And he had a marking at the top of this post, which was the exact same height off of the water as his crosshairs on his theodolite. And when he looked into his theodolite, it was below his crosshairs. And I told him it's angular size change. I said, as you move away in a distance, things get smaller with distance, they compress. And I said that it'll drop below your theodolite center frame. And
when will it drop below?
They will. I can prove it to you right now. I can show you something right now that will prove that things drop below your center frame as they move away from you, even something higher than you.
Things that are higher than you. All right, I'll can see that.
Right now, I'll do it to you right now. 1 second now. Right, 1 second now.
Actually, I've got something to show you as well. Oh, we haven't got time for questions, do we?
I'm going to show you the video of this right now, right, as well.
Right.
I'm going to show you.
You show it to me and then we'll do questions.
I just want to confirm, and I want to retract something that I said before. So the image that you're presenting now, Roohif, I've just quickly gone through the video. And yes, these two images were taken from exactly the same place, the exact same elevation. I've seen it on the video. The one thing I would say is, how can you determine which one is reality if there is refraction on a plane, on a homogeneous plane? Then essentially, sorry, on a homogeneous plane, essentially you could be looking at the left-hand image as being reality for most of the time, and on the right-hand side, that could be real reality without any refraction.
Yeah, well, see, to me that just proves thinking. This proves thinking.
Yeah, it could well be that the image on the left, which is the one that he says he sees all the time, is just in what in your model would be upward refraction causing this downward trajectory of the light. But applied that same logic on a flat plane, and you would just get, for the most part, the same observation on the left, which would be this sinking effect.
No, but you have to assume that the normal density gradient is dense at the surface and less dense higher up, which causes downward refraction. So the normal situation is downwardly bending light.
Yeah. So if you was on a homogeneous plane, and you had the density gradients where it was denser at the bottom and incrementally getting less dense the higher up you go. Any time that you're trying to observe a distant building or anything, a boat, the light from that will always heading downwards, essentially just heading downwards all the time. So it would be sinking all the time.
Yeah.
No, that'd be looming.
Oh,
No. I've had the Rumpus confirm it. I've had Stingray confirm it. I've had McToon confirm it. Essentially, you would be wrong in that assertion.
If light rays are downwardly refracting in a normal density gradient, it causes looming. They will not disagree with that.
You need
objects will appear.
No, I'm talking about on a no. Take away your globe model and replace it with
either.
No. The light naturally migrates downwards.
Sorry, I just want to say, your claim about light being bent down by the denser medium, the denser gases, disproves all ideas of looming. Never mind not having a geometric horizon. You need to have a geometric horizon in the first place. But besides
downwardly curving light is looming.
No, it's not. Downwardly curving light will cause sinking. It won't cause looming, especially on a flat plane. On a flat. You can how is looming is stuff being loomed up above a geometric horizon. So how is the light going from a denser being bent down into a denser, the denser around down on even on a globe, right? The denser medium, right, or the denser end of the medium of gas, and then how is it coming back up into the light into the less dense medium? What's bringing the light back up into the less dense medium?
I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about light rays that begin absolutely parallel. I think that's what you mean, and then therefore they sort of bend into the ground or whatever. Right?
All light, according to what you're saying, all light is being bent down.
Yes.
Yeah. So how it's being bent down because of what?
Refraction.
No.
You know the answer to that.
No, not refraction. What is bending the light?
Refraction due to the density gradient.
Is it the density, the density of the air closer to ground and sea level? Is that what's bending the light down?
Yes, the gradient.
Yeah. So how is the light coming back up over a geometric horizon then?
This is what I think you're getting confused.
Come back up.
Right?
No, I'm not confused. Is that what you're saying is an impossibility?
No, this is where I think you're getting confused. Give me a second.
You're talking across purposes because you're saying that the light is bending down, then it comes because of the density of the air closer to ground and sea, and then you're saying it's coming back up. How is it coming back up if the density?
I'm not saying it's coming back up. The light is always going to bend.
It has to come back up for things to be loomed above it. Above a geometric.
Can I explain where I think you're getting confused, or maybe we're both getting confused with what you're saying? I don't know. What I think you're saying is that light from the platform or whatever begins absolutely parallel to the surface and then bends down and possibly goes into the water and gets absorbed. If a light ray starts ever so slightly pointing upwards, okay, it will still start to bend down and reach your eye. Is that okay? That is still light bending down.
Is light bending down due to a density of the medium?
Yes. Even light rays that
How can it
pointing,
loom back up over an horizon, over a geometric horizon then?
even light rays that start pointing very slightly upwards will be bent downwards over the curve.
It doesn't have to be over a curve, though. I've had the Rumpus do it. Hold on. I've had the Rumpus show me an experiment that he did inside a tank, which was a homogeneous tank with layers, gradients. Essentially, it was mimicking a flat plane. And what he did is he angled the laser up, and the laser did go up originally, but due to the density gradients, it angled it down in an arch. So
Correct.
your same logic applied on a flat plane. In fact, that was what was used in the tank. Your same logic would eventually send the light rays careering towards the ground. So, and that's even that's even setting them up, heading upwards to start with. If you have light rays going parallel, they will just straight away head towards the floor. So, whichever way you say it,
I think we're getting confused.
On a flat plane, the light rays will bend down.
Yes.
No,
sinking.
No,
that's sinking.
That's exactly what my point was. Sinking. That's exactly it. Now, on a flat plane, you will call sinking. See, sinking we can show, but we can't show because looming is an impossibility if the light is being bent down due to a denser medium. Because how does the light come back up from that denser medium? Because it would have to come way up into
back up.
Much way, but it would have to. How can it loom above a geometric horizon?
Again, this is where I think we're getting confused. If a light ray begins its journey pointing slightly up, it will still start to bend down.
What's a light ray? What is a light ray? Let's just say light.
Photons. Light, sure.
Let's say light in general.
Yeah.
If light is being bent down by the density of the medium of air, right? The denser air is bending light down the way towards the sea and Earth, regardless of the shape, whether it's flat or whether it's low. Whereas looming is not possible. It's not possible for that. Either it's because how can light decide to not be bent down the way? Because
light doesn't decide anything.
Yeah, but looming requires that there's a geometric horizon and things are loomed above that horizon from below.
No, it doesn't require it. Objects in front of the horizon are still loomed up.
The geometric horizon is looming light. Would looming be light? If we saw something loomed above a geometric horizon, would be light that we're looking at. It has to be light. So that
everything
light,
you see is light.
Yeah. So the light that was bent down, right? The light that was bent down, right, due to the density of the atmosphere, is now coming up from that density. How can it do that?
Because it probably started pointing slightly upwards and has been bent slowly down over the horizon.
Either it's been bent, either the density. You agreed earlier that the density of the air was what was bending the light down.
Yes.
Agreed on that. Rumpus agrees on that. MC2 agrees on it. Everyone else agrees on it. So how come it suddenly the light doesn't get bent down by the density of the medium?
When does it not?
Well, why? How come it can be bent down and then decide not to be bent down?
It's always in that density gradient, which is denser at the surface and less dense higher up. It will be bent down.
Yeah. So how can it loom? Even with a geometric horizon,
shit.
It would be an impossibility. Even with a geometric horizon, it'd be an impossibility.
I need to draw another diagram.
The light would have to come back up. Well, see, you have to understand, looming requires, let's just say, you have an horizon, a geometric horizon, and things are loomed up above that geometric horizon. So that would be, the light came back up from down below that has been bent around the supposed sphere, has been brought back up into less dense medium. So, sure, it has to be loomed. It means the things like you're claiming looming here, right? You're claiming that there's looming going on here in this in these comparison photographs, right? You're claiming looming, right? You're saying
actually,
one on the right is looming.
Technically, I believe there's looming in both, by the way.
Right. But well, you need a geometric horizon for that. But anyway, your claim of looming here, right, means that the light that was bent down because of the density of the atmosphere at close to ground and sea level is suddenly not affected by that density and looms back, just comes back up into the less dense.
What? At no point does it go up. At no point does it go up. Then?
How can it loom?
By light bending down. I need to draw this, right? I need to draw this.
You don't need to draw it. What you're saying is destroying your argument of looming.
Looming is the downward refraction of light.
It's proving a sinking effect on a flat plane.
I'm going to draw it. Give me a minute.
There's no need to draw it. You can draw it. Like, there's no point in drawing it. I don't see the point in drawing it. It's not going to change your argument. You're basically proving sinking effect on a flat plane, because looming is an impossibility from what you're saying, and drawing a diagram is not going to change that. I just must go on mute for one moment. Sorry.
Okay, so Roohif, you have to go in what, sort of 5 minutes, something like that?
Hang on one sec.
Well, you don't have to respond, but just so you know that the Rumpus and Riley are going to get into this after you leave, so whatever you two have been doing up to now, Brian and you there, Roohif, I think Tony wants to confront Rumpus on something that he may have cited. So...
All right, can you present me or whatever?
Yeah, you are presented.
Yep. Is Brian there?
Brian will be. Oh, we've had a super chat from Ali B. Stop running, Rumpus. Hey. Debate me on this subject from Ali B.
Hello. Yeah. I have something to share before Roohif goes. I have to share this and show him something I said earlier.
Okay.
Okay, Roohif. Walk away.
All right. So we've got your little dude looking at where the house actually is.
He's looking
downwardly downwardly refracting light.
Yeah, that's downward refraction. That never happens in reality. Downward refraction would hold on. Downward refraction would require cooler temperatures at the bottom and warmer temperatures higher up. That would be the
not necessarily.
Yes. That is totally wrong. Upward refraction, which is where the normal everyday conditions are warmer at the bottom and cooler higher up, would give downward refraction. You're doing it the wrong way. I'm sorry, Roohif, but I just need to pull you up on that in case you didn't know.
And I need to pull you up, Ranty. You're ignoring pressure. The pressure gradient is stronger than the temperature gradient.
Refraction.
No,
refraction.
I had...
refraction is a broad term. You need to state what effect you're speaking of.
I had George Netanuk on the show a couple of days ago explaining about pressure, and he said that the pressure is negligible in comparison to the temperature gradients. The temperature gradients are basically 95% of what this refraction index happens with.
I will gladly take George Nachuk.
Yep.
And talk to him.
Okay, well, I'm just citing from, your own people here that have told me this from your models.
Either you've misunderstood him.
I didn't misunderstand it. I asked him and he specifically told me that pressure had very little effect.
No, pressure... I have the equations in front of me, Ranty. I know the pressure gradient is stronger. The temperature gradient... The temperature gradient needs to be about 34 degrees per kilometre to overtake the pressure gradient. That's why it only happens close to the surface.
What are you showing here, Rupert? So what are you showing here?
Right, okay. So we got the house, the actual position of the house. You got your dude looking at it, and you got the light coming off the house. What's this blue line?
Now, 1 second. What's this blue line about?
That's the curved light. Light is curved.
But he's not looking up in the sky. He's looking in a direct straight line.
It's close,
so
right? It's an exaggerated diagram, right?
Yeah, but his curved light should this dotted line. The curved light should go curve down towards the mid of that base, the mid of that house or lower part of that house. What? Which would mean that he wouldn't see the lower part of the house at a big enough distance. He won't see it.
No, this is where again I think you're getting it wrong.
I'm not
What
getting it
you're
wrong.
talking about,
Right.
you're talking about
Your
blue.
very thing that you're out. Well, when you're looking at something, do you look up in the air to see it?
Just going to give a huge shout out to Pilton Pop again. Love your content, Ranty. Have a beer. He would buy one for Anthony as well, if he could. Well, thanks very much. When I meet Tony, I'll buy him a half pint. How's that?
No, it's in trouble.
I know, but I have something to show him. I'm debating him. Just give me a moment, okay? I have something to show, right? Roohif, I don't agree with this whatsoever. This is completely wrong. If you're talking about light bending down, right, it comes in a direct line from that person's eye, where that dotted line is, and it bends down towards mid to lower.
Because light also bounces off the house at many different angles, and
if
one of those rays will meet your eye.
Bending down or not. What you're showing is this looming above it, and you're going to need a geometric horizon for that to happen. Now I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the very thing I said. Right, one second now. First of all, I'm going to show you a photograph format. 1 second now. Right. And this, I had a thing underneath my camera lens of my phone to. This actually is higher. Well, you can see this midline here. You see there's an X and a midline, like a center frame line. This actually is higher. If I brought that block closer to me, it would actually be higher again, right? It's just I couldn't bring it closer because I had something underneath the camera, the phone, to keep it steady. So when I brought that in, I couldn't bring it exactly to the lens, right? Because the lens on the table, but something to hold it there from falling over. So I'm going to start moving that block back from my lens, or my lens back from that block. I've done it both ways. No, that's on a 2 foot span. My lens.
So your camera's pointing slightly up, right?
No, my camera's pointing directly straight. See this yellow?
Beg to differ.
If I had that block up against my lens, right? If I had that block up against my lens, because I have the cover off my iPhone 5 and I have it upside down. I have the phone on its the phone on its side, I think it is. So my lens would actually be where that lower yellow line is, right? That's where my lens is. But as I move my camera away from that, or that away from my camera, that would be my center frame, the lower yellow line, and the top yellow line is where my center frame is when I move it away.
Yeah, your camera's pointing up.
Change. That's what's
anyway,
happening.
It is 10 seconds to midnight here. I was going to take some questions from the chat.
But one second. Do you agree that what I showed you there is a reality?
I'm certain that you took these photos. Yes.
Do you agree? Do you agree with what I said? That things drop below your center frame as you move away from them. Because I have a load of other things I could show.
Well, it depends where your camera's pointed. If they drop below the center frame.
No, if your camera's pointed dead straight and things move away, a camera moves away from that. The point is, at a distance, due to angular size change, things that would normally be that your camera would normally look into the center of, at a distance they'll be way below.
I have a question for you. At what point does something that is above your eye level get to be below your eye level? Mathematically, at what point?
Well, it depends on the size of the object and how far away you are.
Yeah. Come up with a formula, do something.
I don't have to. I just showed it there. There's no need for a formula. What I showed there, that's reality. I can show you a video of this. I have 2 different videos and another set of photographs. I can prove this 6 weeks and Sundays.
All right.
This happens. It's a real thing. You can do it yourself. You can test it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll point my camera like 1 degree up, and that'll be it.
Okay, guys. Listen.
1 second. 1 second. Sorry, Randy. What did you say, Roohif?
I said I'll just point my camera like half a degree up, whatever, and I'll do the same thing.
Keep it. No, don't point it up.
How are you going to tell the difference between 0 and half a degree?
An easy way to prove it, right? Find as flat a piece of tarmac as you can. Set the center frame of your camera directly onto the roof of a car. Have the car move slowly away from you, and you'll notice that the car's roof will drop below your center frame. Your camera will stay in the same place, but the car, due to angular size change, will appear to get smaller. So
because the roof is already below the camera.
No, you
At
can
what
set.
point?
You can
At
set,
what
you can
point
set
does
the
an
camera
object above your eye line?
You can set the camera center lens below the roof and keep it totally straight. Like my camera, I'll do it again. Look, I'll show you again.
Yeah.
Okay,
This
well,
is reality.
listen. You guys are going to argue about this,
Yeah.
so it's like
There's
this
not to
isn't.
argue about.
Yeah, but
This is
this
reality.
isn't. Yeah, but this isn't. You know, if you can demonstrate it, you know, I know that you've set it up like you have, but perhaps if you
I
could
can
sort of
show you a
like,
video if you want. You can see the video of it. One
yeah,
second.
just let me finish what I was going to say. You know, take some images from the side, showing your setup, showing all your angles, showing that it's at a proper 90-degree, all that. You know, showing that the table's level. And then I think Roohif couldn't have any complaints. What he's saying now is that you might be angled at 89 degrees instead of 90, and that's why you're getting this effect. So
my phone is the cover off. It's metal on all one side with none other, and it's just on a table. We moved away from.
All right. Do you guys want me to take some questions from the chat, or should Anthony and Rumpus take over?
Well, I think Anthony's just got one question for you. But listen, I just want to thank you guys, and would like to say that, you know, I would gladly have you two back debating.
Thank you very much, Randy.
Yeah. Well, like, this is a reality here. There's nothing, like, I mean, because this is just something, an effect I'm showing. You can do this anywhere. I mean, it doesn't, like, my camera is dead straight, dead level. Anyone can take this video and do what they want with it.
All right, question from Anthony. You still there?
1 second. I feel like I don't see how anyone can argue with that. I really just don't see how anybody can argue with that. That's reality right there.
Okay, right. Tony, you've got a question for Roohif?
Yeah, straightforward one. It was with regard to the citation that Rumpus gave you. Ranty, if I screen share, can you see my page, Ranty?
Yes, you're displaying, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so this is the citation that Rumpus gave you, and you didn't want to put it on screen for whatever reason, but I wanted to read it because I wanted to read the context, and it's a long-winded document. There's a lot of text in it, so all I've done, just to show the audience how much there is, all I've done is I've done a search for the word looming, and it only appears 3 times. So I'm going to scroll through the 3 citations. It talks about it just 3 times, 2 of which are in this paragraph here. But the main citation it seems to be defining is this top one. I'm going to read it to you, and the only question that I'm asking, and I want you to try and answer it directly if you would, is what is looming referring to? Is it the horizon, behind the horizon, or in front of the horizon, as per the definition that Rumpus gave you? It says mirages are distinguished from other refraction phenomena such as looming, and then in brackets it says visibility of distant objects usually hidden below the apparent horizon. So in the oil platforms picture, we see the apparent horizon, and we see that the 2 platforms, the feet of the platforms, are in front of the apparent horizon, and there's like a little boat or a little buoy or whatever you want to call that thing that's in between the 2 buoys, in between the 2 platforms. They're all in the middle ground. Now the apparent horizon is above both of them things, or all them 3 things. So when it says the visibility of distant objects usually hidden below the apparent horizon, that would then mean, according to this definition, that the buoy and the 2 platforms would be in front of the horizon or before the horizon and wouldn't be below it. Right? So my question is, does this citation actually support what Rumpus gave you, in the sense that it's telling you what looming actually is? Because it appears to be stuff behind the horizon, not the stuff that's in front.
That is his definition. He also goes on to say, in that next paragraph in the location, thus everything normally appears displaced slightly above, well, you moved it now, slightly above its geometrical true position. That, in my definition,
everything normally appears displaced slightly above its geometric or true position.
Okay, so if that's the case, then so the horizon would be displaced slightly up. The distant platforms would also be displaced slightly up, but it would be a linear. It would be a linear thing. They would both be being lifted up in relation to each other. There wouldn't be an additional amount.
Replace the word linear, Ranty, with the word relative. They would be relative to each other. So either everything's being loomed up together, or Ranty said, it would be linear. But in any event, even if everything is moving, and we do see that in Skunk Bay, we see the horizon does appear to move up and down, but it also squashes and stretches and shrinks. So it gets fatter and thinner, but it also does move up and down. But at no point do we see anything that's behind the horizon, like the mountains on the horizon, the apparent horizon at the background. We don't see them mountains coming back from behind the curve and dropping behind the curve, coming back from behind the curve. They are geometrically.
They are loomed because if you do the geometric calculations, you shouldn't see that much of them.
Sure, but it says that looming is the visibility of distant objects usually hidden below the apparent horizon. Well, we've got the apparent horizon, and if you're saying that the base of the oil platforms is usually below the apparent horizon, then that would mean that actually there's a geometric horizon there, isn't there? There has to be a geometric horizon.
There is a geometric horizon, but it's not relevant to examining observations. What you see is determined by refraction.
But you said before that the geometric horizon was just calculated, right?
Yeah, I can't point to the geometric horizon on an image. I would calculate it and then measure it out, 2 miles or whatever, and I'd point to that spot.
If I said to you that I had a Riley's horizon and I calculated where it should be, does that mean that it actually exists?
If it points to an actual drop of water, then yes.
Do we see an actual drop of water with the oil platforms?
At the geometric horizon?
At the geometric horizon.
There is a drop of water at the geometric horizon.
Can you
I would have to measure it. I'd have to measure it out however many miles to find that drop of water.
Brenda's tried to do it, and so was, what's his name, Miles Davis, and neither of them got it in the same place. So I'm just wondering if you could perhaps identify where you think it is.
Sorry, to point at it on an image. Are you serious?
Yeah, you said that where there's a drop of water. I'm asking you, is the one with the oil platforms? And you said yes. And I'm asking you, can you point that out? And I want you
somewhere in the foreground.
It isn't though, is it? If it was that obvious or it was that clear, we wouldn't even be having the discussion. But my point is that Miles has tried.
Because it's irrelevant. We cannot point. We don't know where that geometric horizon is by looking at an image. We would measure it.
So if I said to you it didn't actually exist and it was a figment of your model, not an actuality of real life, how would you prove that the model is true?
Say that again.
If I said it didn't actually exist and was simply a figment of your model, but it didn't actually exist in real world, how would you demonstrate that it does exist?
By proving the Earth's a sphere of a certain size.
Right. Isn't that kind of the whole...
the geometric... Yeah, I said, the geometric horizon is pretty irrelevant to observations.
The geometric horizon
is never, almost never in the same position as the apparent horizon.
Yeah, but Roohif, the geometric horizon is the thing that you tell us that boats go over.
Yes and no. They do go over the apparent horizon.
What do you mean, yes? Over an apparent horizon.
When they go over the geometric horizon, often you can still see them because of refraction, because they haven't reached the apparent horizon.
But we only have one definition of horizon.
No. That's the point of the word geometric horizon, is to distinguish it from the apparent horizon that we see. The geometric horizon is a calculation. It is almost never the horizon that you see.
But that means you can't prove that it even exists.
That's like I said, we would calculate it and walk out however many miles, and that's where the geometric horizon is. So it would be usually in front of the apparent horizon.
So you can't even exist other than in maths, right? Is maths reality, Roohif?
The geometric horizon exists as a point. It is there. We will never see it in an observation as the apparent horizon because of refraction.
So if I said it isn't there, and you say it is because of maths, then I would ask, is maths reality, Roohif?
Is maths... maths describes reality pretty well.
Yeah, but we're not even getting a description of reality. We're not seeing the thing that you tell us is there. It's like, like when the Emperor's new clothes, he's wearing the finest of fabrics, and me and Ranty are sat there saying, he's got that on the knobhead. Are you not telling us that this Emperor's got new clothes when you're telling us that there's an apparent horizon, and me and Ranty are saying...
I'm saying it doesn't matter what the Emperor wears, because we don't use the geometric horizon in observations. It's just a point in the foreground somewhere.
Yeah, but Roohif, he's not wearing anything, and me and Ranty are laughing at you saying he's not got any clothes on, and you're telling us he's wearing the fine.
And I don't care either.
Yeah, but if he's not wearing any clothes, Roohif, but you're telling us he is, which is what you're doing with the apparent horizon, and we're all sat there saying there's no such thing, who's the fool here? Us for believing you, or you for telling us something that's not physically demonstrably true?
The apparent horizon is a physical point. The geometric horizon is a physical point. What you see when the sky meets the water is the apparent horizon. The geometric horizon is some distance out from the shore.
You've just got both of those sentences incorrect. The apparent horizon is not a physical point, and the geometric horizon
is a physical point. What are you looking at when you look at the horizon? Are you looking at water?
It's not a physical point, Roohif. It's an apparent point.
It is a physical point.
It isn't.
1 second.
It's the sky.
Roohif, are you claiming that things can loom above the apparent horizon?
Well, things that are behind the horizon, you can see more of them than you otherwise would have geometrically, yeah.
But behind, well, how can you be behind an apparent horizon?
It can't.
Why can't you be?
Definition says
it's not real.
Why can't a lighthouse be behind the apparent horizon? What's wrong with that?
Because
the apparent horizon is not real.
Presented with.
The apparent horizon is a real place. You're looking at water. You are looking at a drop of water. That drop of water is somewhere.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Jewish. It's an apparent position where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea.
Yeah, the sea, right?
Apparent being the key word.
No, apparent because it is refracted.
What does that mean, refracted?
Is it? If it's refracted, it's not physical. It's not a real place.
It's not where it appears to be, but you are looking at a drop of water. That drop of water exists. It is a real position.
In a straight line out from your eye.
Horizon. It says literally, it doesn't say, hang on. It doesn't say, it says the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, but the sky and the sea don't ever meet, do they? They only appear that way because it's first person view and it's perspective. But you're saying that it's
on a globe they do.
It isn't though, is it?
Roohif,
it is a globe, yes.
An apparent horizon is not a physical place you can go to. So something can't be hidden behind it. It's not a physical place. How can you hide something behind something that isn't really there?
It's defined.
Anthony,
miles away.
Google the word apparent, please. Google the word apparent. Define apparent.
But we have it, appear. It means appear, doesn't it?
Appear, yes. What you see.
But it doesn't actually.
Horizon is the horizon that you see.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it physical.
It appears to meet the sea rumpus, Roohif. It's not a physical location.
It is a physical. It's what you see. You are seeing water. Water is a physical thing. There is a drop of water that you are seeing. Wherever that drop of water is, that is the apparent horizon.
You're not applying what it says.
How are you seeing this physical water, Roohif?
How am I seeing the physical water?
It goes all the way to the apparent horizon.
It doesn't state about a physical drop of water. It says the line, not a drop of water, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear.
And the Earth's surface in this case is water, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's not
if it's physical water, then it's not a loom.
Right, so we're looking at water. We're looking at water. We're seeing water.
Not loom.
No, it's
is that water somewhere? Does that water exist?
Roohif, it's not a drop of water, it's a line. First two words it says line.
Okay, the drop of water on top that causes the line, whatever you want to call it, Anthony. We're looking at water.
It's a line.
1 second. Roohif.
Yep.
Begging the question. You're trying to insert looming, right? But as I said earlier, you need a geometric horizon for things to loom above.
I keep saying that, and I keep telling you that objects in front of the horizon also are loomed. They are also appear higher than they actually are. I keep telling you that, and you keep telling me that I need this geometric horizon. I do not. Objects in front of this horizon are loomed.
That is not looming. Looming is. I'll read it out again. Right. Looming. I'll read it out again. 1 second. I'll read this out again. Right. Looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction, which is based on or Usually due to a thermal inversion, looming is the opposite of sinking, both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages.
And as I said, I disagree with this guy's
Looming.
definition.
Can you find a definition of looming that will say that looming happens?
I've given you my definition of looming. My definition of looming is objects appearing higher than they actually are.
Definition.
Is this an official definition?
I even asked you,
do you guys even know what definitions are?
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't think you do. I think you guys think definitions are prescriptive.
Sorry. I asked you earlier to prove looming.
So, what's going on now is Roohif's getting absolutely owned. Massive shout out to Pilton Pop for the £4.99 super chat. So you and Auntie can both have pints. Absolutely. Next time I see Tony, I will buy him a pint. Thanks very much.
No, it's not.
So that's
Again, listen.
So you showed me two apparent horizons and sinking.
Objects in front of the horizon are also higher than they actually are, because of the density gradient. Do you understand this? Objects in front of the horizon are also appearing higher than they actually are because the density gradient between me and that object. Correct?
No.
No, I don't think so. I don't know about that.
You're as bad as quantum eraser here, right?
Can you share that as an official?
Definitions.
Hold on, guys. So Ryan Etherton says,
do not dictate reality, Anthony.
Objects moving in relation to the horizon.
Definitions do not dictate reality.
In relation to the horizon.
Definitions do not dictate reality.
If definitions don't dictate reality, does Roohif's definitions dictate reality?
No. I'm describing. I've given you my definition and describing what I mean.
Your definition is not the same as this apparent subject matter.
I don't care.
I know you don't care, and we're trying to point out that wrong.
No, definitions. Do you think like dictionaries define reality? They dictate to reality what it is.
It's not people
Is that what you think happens?
Lying about our reality.
Dictionaries describe. They don't prescribe.
They stop people lying about our reality, though.
Yeah, definitions. Yeah, you're as bad as quantum eraser.
Why? Because what you define looming as is not what everybody else does, and you're confusing people by misleading them.
I gave my definition of looming at the start because I was asked to define looming.
Yeah, but your definition is at odds with the other people's that are more credible.
I don't care. I was asked what I meant by looming. I told you what I meant by looming. Objects appearing higher than they otherwise would.
Yeah, but you're misleading people with false assertions.
What's false about my definition?
It's not consistent with other people's that are subject matter experts.
Fine. I don't care.
But that makes it wrong, and you're telling people that this shit...
No, it doesn't make it wrong. You know Steve McRae, right? You know Steve McRae.
Yeah, and he doesn't know what the word epitome means.
He's been on a crusade for years about the definition of atheist, right? I don't care what the definition of atheist is, but he will pick a fight with anyone.
Yeah, but
I'm not interested. It's a red herring.
It's useless arguing about definitions.
Let's try this.
How about I answer 10 minutes of questions from the chat?
Words have meaning. Words have meaning, Glenn. Words have
usages. Wrong, Brian. Words have usages.
Words have meaning.
They do not have meanings.
Otherwise, what's the point of having them? What's the point in having the words? I asked you earlier.
Because we all agree what it means.
You showed me two photographs with apparent horizons in them. I asked you, were any of those horizons geometric? And you said no.
Correct.
So, can you show me something being loomed above the geometric horizon that matches the observer height and the mathematics of the globe? Can you show me?
Sorry, something that's loomed up like to standard refraction?
Can you show me something that's loomed up above the geometric horizon?
Sure, Canigou.
Canigou is a separate argument. I looked at that myself, and I looked at that only earlier. Would you believe I never looked at Canigou until earlier? I looked at other things. Canigou is something I never looked at till earlier, and there's no looming going on there at all.
Okay, well listen.
Geometric. Really geometric could be hidden behind the horizon, right?
I have a question for you, Roohif.
Compression going on.
Yes. All right. 10 minutes, 9 minutes.
What would be the best Earth curve calculator? Which one should we be using?
Oh, I'm going to go against most people here. Walter Bislin's is the most complex and useful, but I tend to use Metabunk pretty much all the time.
Okay, so why do you use Metabunk as opposed to Walter Bislin's?
It's just simple, standard refraction, and I tend to discount. Yeah.
So his is simple and easy to use, but Walter Bislin's is more accurate.
His is more customizable.
Okay, that's
customizable.
Good. Tony, are you able to bring up Walter Bislin's curve calculator, please? Okay, so can you see the object in the distance, this 10-meter height? What happens when we move the refraction on it? What happens? Is it in relation to the horizon? Does it move up in relation to the horizon?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be looming, yes? Behind the horizon.
I agree. Yep.
Behind the horizon. Thank you. That's all I needed to do.
Yeah, that's also looming, yes. Okay.
Roohif, question. On the flat Earth model that Walter Bislin tells us that we have, this is like Walter Bislin's version of what he thinks is our flat Earth model, right?
Do you have one, Anthony?
He refracts the horizon, but he doesn't refract the object at all.
Is this the flat Earth? Oh, it's flat Earth, okay.
Yeah, this is on the over at the bottom.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, yeah.
So why is it when Stingray modelled it, Stingray showed that the light would curve on a flat plane equally as it does on a ball Earth, but Walter Bislin shows that
almost equally.
What do you mean almost equally?
Because the density gradient is curving as well, like it has a slight effect on the curve. It's not big, but it's there.
Stingray demonstrated the object would disappear bottom up on a flat plane too. But why does Walter Bislin?
Sorry, who's Stingray?
Dean,
yeah.
On a flat plane, an object would disappear bottom up.
So what Stingray showed was basically this. He showed this exact thing. It disappeared from the bottom up with respect to the horizon on a flat plane. But my question is not about Stingray. My question is about Walter Bislin's more accurate curve calculator that doesn't do the same thing as Stingray. One of them must be incorrect. Do you know which one it is?
No, because I've never seen Stingray's one, or why anything would disappear using standard refraction on a flat plane. Or using, normal downward refraction.
Ranty, could you play him the clip and show him what Stingray showed?
I don't know if we've got time because Roohif, by the time I find it and present it, it's probably not worth the effort.
I have a few more questions.
So to be honest,
I have something presented here. I have the top. Can you see this? Can everyone see my screen?
Oh shit! I thought that was you, Randy, presenting. All right, go.
These are the islands off of San Francisco. Farallon Islands. I don't have the name right, so I'm not going to see. Farallon Islands off of San Francisco. This is at the bottom is supposed to be Fata Morgana. This is supposed to be towering, and here is supposed to be looming. So this is supposed to be what we see as looming. But how come that's not just the light being bent down at a distance, and we're just not able to see everything at the bottom due to the light being bent down?
Because there is light coming off that mountain in all directions, and one of those rays will hit your eye.
How can it be proven that that's looming and not sinking?
Relatively higher than the other, right?
Yeah, but you don't have a geometric horizon, Glenn. You need a geometric horizon.
Again, Brian.
You can.
There is a density
the whole
gradient.
idea of looming, Glenn, is that things loom up from right above the geometric horizon, coming from below it. That's the whole idea of looming. Looming is based on
things in front of the horizon also loom up. They also appear higher than they otherwise would.
I have a question. In these three images, is the mountains all behind the perceived horizon? In these three images.
Are the mountains behind the horizon?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know where the bottom is. Are you saying, is there some hidden amount?
Is the horizon in front of these mountains in all three image?
I believe so, yeah.
So never behind it then. Thank you.
Can you have a Fata Morgana of a looming? So can something loom and have Fata Morgana?
That'd be a question for Rumpus, actually.
Or towering? Can something have towering and Fata and looming? Because
Any complex refraction effects are questions for Rumpus.
According to these three photographs, that's all loom. Like, they only say one of them is looming, but the other two would have to be looming as well.
Yeah, and then again, it depends on someone's definition, right?
And this one that has to be looming and towering, and this one looming and Fata Morgana. See, we can prove towering. We can prove stooping. We can prove mirages. We can prove sinking.
Then how are the oil platforms not looming?
We can't prove looming.
How are the oil platforms not looming?
Well, did they have a geometric horizon in front of them?
Last time before I go to bed.
Because
objects in front of the horizon also go through the same density gradient and therefore appear higher than they otherwise would. No geometric horizon required for them to appear higher. Understood?
Well said, Roohif. Well said.
Things that are before the horizon that can appear higher, right, than they normally are, is called towering.
No, it's not. Absolutely wrong. Yeah. Absolutely wrong.
Really, what's it called then, Rumpus?
Towering is a non-linear form of looming.
Well, you said no, it's wrong. So what is it? Come on now.
Yeah, towering is stretching.
Listen to what I'm saying. Instead of interrupting me, listen. I'm giving you a definition. Listen.
Good night.
Good night. I'm giving you an answer. Shut up. I'm giving you a definition of towering. Shut up. Shut up.
See you later, Roohif. See you later, Roohif.
Ask me what the definition of towering is, and it's non-linear. Shut up! Shut up! I'm giving you an answer. Shut up! Towering. Shut up! Towering is that. Shut up! Towering is a non-linear version of looming. You twat.
Non-linear. You haven't proven looming. There's looming. So let's get back to proving looming then.
Well, that's what as Roohif showed you.
Let's get back to proving looming.
Roohif, you did some good
looming need a geometric horizon?
No, you don't. He's explained to you about 7 times.
Yes, you do. The whole idea of looming is it needs a geometric horizon.
I'll show you a diagram.
I don't want to see a diagram. There's no need to see a diagram. We don't need.
It's the only way you understand things because you're stupid. Because you're stupid, you don't understand things, and you need little.
I said, I'm not the one who can't.
No, you're stupid. Right, here we go. Here's the diagram. I'll explain it to you.
Here's the diagram.
The diagram that Frank Rumpus was trying to draw. And here we go.
Here comes the diagram.
You'll understand if you listen. By listening, I'm about to explain. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm trying to explain it to you. Right, here we go. I'll explain the geometric horizon as well. I'll include all of those features. Just shut up and listen. Right. So,
before you do, would you agree that by explaining the geometric horizon isn't proving that it actually exists, right?
Well, the geometric horizon is only relevant when you've got light traveling in straight lines. So as Roohif completely correctly said, you cannot see it. There's nothing about an image that you're looking at that shows the geometric horizon because it's only relevant to light traveling in straight lines, and light never travels in straight lines in the atmosphere.
Why do you say that it's only important relative to straight lines?
Because that's how it's defined. Here you can see my little ship is on the geometric horizon, and that is a straight line from the observer to a tangent. This is the key point. A tangent here defines the geometric horizon for an observer. But if the light is bending, it shoots over that. So it's not something you can see. It's utterly irrelevant to an image.
So are you saying then that because light doesn't travel in perfectly straight lines, we therefore do not have an apparent horizon?
No, you have an apparent horizon as a substitute for geometric horizon. You have an apparent horizon because you have bent lines. Jesus Christ, you haven't absorbed a single fact you've been told in this hangout or in all the ones you've had for the last month explaining this.
Rumpus, forgive me. Let me re-ask my question. I accidentally misspoke at the key point. Are you suggesting that because light doesn't travel in perfectly straight lines, that we don't have a geometric horizon?
Correct.
Well,
Rumpus supposed to be on a sphere.
Horizon.
Right, if you look at my diagram, it will explain everything to you. Here we have a boat on the geometric
explanation.
I'm trying to give you an explanation because you haven't understood anything. So if I give you
Looking at my diagram. Looking at my diagram.
all of your questions will be answered if you listen. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So here we have the geometric horizon. But here we have the geometric horizon. Here we have the geometric horizon because that is defined. That is defined. That is defined. That is defined. That is defined a tangent. That is defined as a tangent that goes on a straight line to the observer. So here we have the geometric horizon. But because light is bent, it can see the base of this lighthouse, which is where the apparent horizon is. The apparent horizon. The apparent horizon is the base of this lighthouse.
So how many horizons are in this? So how many? Hold on. So how many horizons are in this? You've just named the geo and the apparent. So in this diagram, how many have you got?
One of them. You can only.
So why have you got the geo then?
I've mentioned to explain to people like you.
No. Why have you put the geo in? Why have you put the geo in? Why did you put the geo in if you only ever see one? Why?
To explain to idiots like you what it is.
Because you need a ball. Mathematics tells you where that. Listen, no, hold on. Mathematics tells you where that geometric should be, but you don't see it. You see the apparent much further. You just claim that there is another horizon in this location. Correct?
Can you calculate where the apparent horizon is on the geometry of the Earth?
I'll leave it to you guys to carry on.
The apparent horizon. Let me explain. Hold on. Let me define to you what defines the position of the apparent horizon. 1, the geometry, because that's where this lighthouse is. 2, hold on, don't interrupt me while I'm in bloody third word of the sentence, Anthony.
Not speaking.
Anthony, you can have a go in 5 seconds. Let me have 5 seconds, and then you can answer me. So here we have a geometrical position that, because of the curvature of the Earth. So what you might want to think about actually, these curves are how the light's going to travel. Solid. Let me just click on this. So this curve. So what you've got to do. So here's the curve that the light's going to bend in. So you've got to say the light always bends in this curve. So you then put that at the base, and then you say, how would that reach the observer? And so you do this. Oh God, I didn't fix the bloody other end, did I? Here we go. Let me just move that bloody thing.
Seconds, and it's clearly been longer.
Okay, I know. It's okay. But I was just having a good idea. This is what you need to understand. This is how light travels in this atmosphere with this bend. So that's why, and so that's what fixes where in this diagram the apparent horizon is. Because if you put the observer in, and then you say, right, where does this line that I've got here, which is how, sodding thing, where this line, so I put that, I'm going to fix that at the observer. So where this line is here, this is how light is going to bend. Wherever it's going, it's going to bend like that.
Right.
Hold on, here's the punchline. And where it touches at a tangent to the Earth's surface defines the apparent horizon. So you got that. That's how light's going to bend. And where it touches the geometry defines the apparent horizon.
Okay, so what's the point in having a geo? What's the point in having a geo horizon?
That's not an horizon.
That's
not an horizon. Sorry, Randy, he's wrong there. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Brian, what a difference is the geometric
That's not the definition of an horizon. That's your crazy nonsense.
Because I got to explain.
That's incorrect.
Brian,
that's incorrect. No, sorry, Wampus, I had nothing listening to you now.
And then you can have a go, Brian.
I'm sick of it now. I'm sick of it now. No, Wampus, no. No, Wampus, I have asked you. No, you've just given us a complete crazy idea of a horizon, number one. Number two, I asked you to prove Looming, and I said, does Looming require a geometric horizon?
Then you can ask my question.
You said
no.
Then you went to show us a geometric horizon.
You've got to let me finish.
Right, rumpus. All this rumpusing, it's no good. Just let Brian make a point.
No, but I was in the middle of an answer. I'm happy to answer any question he's got. but he's got to let.
Yeah, but I just want to say that when you say you're going to be 5 seconds, you're 2 minutes, and when you say you're going to be 30 seconds, you're 5 minutes.
I know, but that one I didn't even get half a sentence out before he interrupted me. He systematically does this. He systematically does this. He must be allowed to do it because he disrupts the conversation.
Okay.
I'm happy to let him speak, but he's not happy to let other people speak.
Okay.
He does it.
So I want to make a ruling here. I'd like it to be pretty much civil. So I would like as soon as somebody starts speaking, the other one needs to be quiet until the other person finishes and says, "I'm finished. Carry on." And then the other person. Right. So okay. So let's try it like that. So Brian. Right. So Brian's presenting right now. So Brian, or is it Tony that's presenting? I'm not sure. Is it Tony who's presenting? Right. Tony, do you want to? Right. Seeing as you're presenting, do you want to discuss this? Then we'll go. Let Rumpus respond. Then we'll bring Brian in to make his point. Okay. So let's not have this as a shit show, please.
Rumpus claims that you need the geometry of the Earth for the apparent horizon, and that's not true. So all I've done is I've Googled the word apparent horizon definition, and oddly, it seems to be more related to the Einstein's theory of general relativity than it does anything else, but nonetheless, I found one. Definition of apparent horizon is the somewhat irregular boundary between sky and land or water surface of Earth as viewed from any given point. But it doesn't mention anything to do with the geometry of the Earth, Rumpus, which is what you claimed 2 minutes ago. Could you explain why you've not cited the correct definition of apparent horizon, please?
I have got the correct definition. If you look elsewhere where it's more scientific, who's interrupting? Who's interrupting me? Right. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. If you go and look elsewhere for a scientific definition, it's who's interrupting me? Someone's interrupting me still. If you go and look at shut up. If you go and look at the scientific definition of apparent horizon, it tells you it's where the light ray hits the Earth at a tangent, and that would be geometrically defined, as I've got.
That's kind of a bit of a waffle there. I'm sorry, the Rumpus. We need No. Tony's quite correct. You could apply that logic to a flat plane, essentially, with that citation that he's just brought up. If you can demonstrate differently with another citation that includes what Tony's asking for, the horizon.
My machine's just locked up for giggles for a moment. Hold on.
That's okay. Take your time.
Oh, God. Hold on. It didn't like my "come on, behave yourself" thing.
I just do a mic check, Randy. 1, 2.
Coming through good, Ali B. Coming through good.
Good stuff. Did you get a chance to look at the links I sent you or the photographs?
No, I was up till 2:30 last night, 3 o'clock, and I just got up and I literally had to get started on this with this at 11 o'clock this morning. So I've genuinely not had time.
Right.
Sorry, it's just going over stuff you already kind of know, but it's just a wee bit more backup. That's all.
Okay, so the Rumpus, this is a diagram. This isn't a citation that Tony was asking for.
Yeah, I'll get onto the definition in a second, but first I'm going to explain the principle.
No, I don't want an explanation.
Yeah, I don't care what you want, Anthony. I'm going to explain to you how it is, and you're going to listen to me.
No, you can't just say you're going to explain it how it is. That's basically dogma. That's dogma. No, Rumpus, that's dogma.
You're interrupting me now, Randy.
Well, I am, because that's dogma, and Tony brought up a citation. He's asking for you to bring a citation. He doesn't want a diagram that you drew. He wants a citation.
I would do that.
Yeah, but I'm
going to explain it in the order that I wish to explain it. I'm sorry. I'm going to explain it in the order that I wish to explain it. I'm going to demonstrate the principle because I've got this to hand, and then I will go and find the citation.
No, we don't want the. We just want the citation.
I want to give the answer that will explain exactly the point. This is exactly on point, and I would like to. Tony
didn't bring a diagram up. He just brought a citation up.
To give my answer, please.
Tony didn't bring a diagram up.
Whether he brought down, I'm going to explain it clearly because he hasn't got diagrams. I can explain it.
He didn't need one.
I can explain exactly the point that Anti's having a problem with. So here we go.
He hasn't got a problem. He used a citation.
Yeah, I've got this to hand, and I'd like to do it in this way round. I'm afraid. Anthony, shut up. I don't.
You misunderstood my question.
I understand your point exactly.
You said that you need geometry to work out the apparent horizon. I said, see that, please.
It will be obvious to any intelligent being that this requires geometry. If you look at my answer, you will see that geometry is fundamental to this. If you look at my diagram, it will be obvious why geometry is required, and then you will understand, and then I won't have, hopefully, then we won't have to spend hours and hours of the definition.
Hold on. In this diagram, I want to make a point here. I want to make a point. In Tony's citation, it didn't say anything about the shape of the Earth. In this diagram, you have presupposed a globe. So I am asking you to provide a citation, just like Tony did, that includes geometry of what you're trying to show. No, yours has a diagram of a globe. Tony just had a citation about what the apparent horizon was.
That answer that it's a globe.
No,
he talked about where the sky hits the Earth. They would have presumed in that answer that the Earth.
You can't say what they would have presumed. You've only got to take them on their face value of what they put down in black and white.
About the Earth, they don't presume its shape. You're an idiot.
They didn't presume the shape.
Presuming a shape for that in that citation, and I will just let me finish.
I would like to say.
Let me answer. Are you? I would like to answer.
Well, we don't want. We just don't. We're sick of seeing this diagram. We're sick of seeing this diagram.
You're not letting me answer.
Because we're sick of seeing this diagram. We just want a citation.
I will explain how it works.
The question that was asked, Rumpus, not the question that you.
You're not letting me answer.
I would like to say something, please.
And I will go and get a citation for Apparent Horizon. But at the moment, I've got this diagram which will answer all of your questions. So if you allow me to answer, then I'll go and get the citation answers afterwards. But first, I would just like to present to you how things are and why you won't need a citation.
Explanation. Want a definition.
Ask me where the geometry is involved, and I'm going to explain where the geometry is involved. And the word Earth that's mentioned in his citation implies a geometry because it talks about the sky meeting the Earth, and the Earth obviously has some sort of geometry. So therefore, there is a geometry implied in his citation, and I would like to be able to give an answer without being interrupted. So here we go. As I said, this curve is how light will bend. This light is how light will bend in the atmosphere. And as I say, you take the position of the observer, and then you say, here's what the light's going to do, because we know this is how it refracts. Where it touches the Earth forms the apparent horizon. That is where the apparent horizon will be, because the curvature of this ray. This ray curvature is defined by the structure and density of the atmosphere. This is what it was.
You're not leaving anyone else speak, Rumpus. You're just rumpusing.
The question that I've asked you is for a definition of apparent horizon, not an explanation, a definition. Can we see one, please, on screen?
Exactly, Rumpus. I asked you where I said to you earlier, I said anything that appears higher and when it's past the horizon, in your view, is because it's towering. You said it's not. You just called me stupid. I said, what is it then? And you gave me zero answer. Rumpus, I said to you earlier, I said, prove looming. I said, does looming require a geometric horizon? And you said, no. You said, I'm going to show you my diagram. Right? Then you show me a geometric horizon. This is just your belief, Rumpus. This is nothing to do with reality. This is not proving anything. This is your silly belief.
It's actually quite funny that he doesn't realise that he's been muted right now.
Are you finished yet, Rumpus?
So, he thinks he's getting his point across. We'll wait for him to finish this, and then we'll hopefully he'll get to his citation. So essentially, we're going to get what we want anyway. We just don't need to hear this waffle. Oh, this is funny. He thinks he's talking right now. Oh dear me. Right, here we go. And he's making his explanation right now. And yeah. Here's the globe.
Rumpus, are you finished yet?
Here's the apparent horizon. Yeah. We want the citation.
I was muted doing explanations.
Only just at the very last second. Only at the very last second there, Rumpus. We heard all of that. No. Only at the very. Hold on, Rumpus. Only at the very last second. Literally about 2 seconds before you unclicked was when you were just muted for. So we heard all of that. So we appreciate that. So could you now get to the citation, please?
So you didn't hear me say that I was going off to get the citation then?
Yes. Well, no, we never heard that. But that's why I'm asking you now, because I assumed that you'd finished that point. So now could you bring up the citation?
If you've just been dishonest to me, Anthony, I'm not going to be impressed if you tell me.
No, we heard that. We heard everything.
Okay, I'm now going off to get the citation.
Okay, that's good. That's great.
Well, I've seen it before, so I know it exists. How far is the horizon? Illustrative mathematics. Here we go.
Share it on screen, Rumpus.
Yeah, I will. Give me a moment. I'm just telling you I found something. Just hang in there. Stop interrupting me as
You've
usual.
had plenty of time now to do some other waffle.
Shut up, you twat.
You're the twat.
No, you a moron. You ill-educated.
Hang on, let's not. Hold on. Let's not get into a slanging match. Let's just get the citation up, please. We've gotten to the point of the citation now. Let's get the citation up. Let's
15 minutes later, Anthony.
Shut up, twat. Be quiet, twat. Right. Hopefully we've got it here. Just see if this is. Can you see this? How far is the horizon?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. This is illustrative mathematics.
Illustrative mathematics.
Let me go see if I can.
Yeah, that's not really that's not an education. So anyone can make a .org site. I can go and buy a .org right now. Essentially, I could write this. This isn't a citation. This isn't a citation, Rumpus.
Well, yes, it is. This is better than a dictionary.
No, anybody could write this. I'm sorry, but you can go and buy a .org right now.
Okay, let's see who these people are. Okay, if you want to. Let's see.
I don't care who they are.
I don't care who they claim they are. I want to see it from a education site or something else.
So now you've
or
changed what you.
No, we want a citation.
This is an educational site. It turns out it's well. I suppose that's not
a definition, Rumpus. A definition, Rumpus. Like Tony.
What it was? You just.
Tony presented a definition, and you presented absolutely nothing.
Yeah, because you.
All you've done is
move away, you twat.
Waffle on for about 15 minutes. Don't even right. You left no one let speak. Right, you keep waffling on about this light bending down, which completely disproves your looming.
Be quiet,
you said there was no need for a geometrical horizon for looming. I show a geometrical horizon.
Be quiet, you twat. Be quiet,
you are completely so full of shit, Rumpus. It's unbelievable. Right, you are
you twat.
Okay, calm down, both. There's no need for all these ad homs. I'm sorry. There's no need for that.
This is what he keeps.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I need to rule this isn't a citation, Rumpus. I am sorry to tell you that isn't good enough.
Okay.
You don't need a .org. What you need is a .education or you need something like that.
Okay, this is phys. This is
.org. That's .org as well. That's no good.
So, and what about Horizon and Wikipedia?
Wikipedia. Anybody can edit that. I'm sorry, that's no good. You need a citation, a proper citation. You know what you're looking for.
I do not. What? Right, here we go. There it says since the line of sight.
Yeah, that's a Wikipedia entry.
Yeah, but it's as good as a Britannica.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Anybody can edit. If you go down into the edit section,
no, but they haven't.
You can literally. How do you know? Anybody can write this.
Because
we need an education.
If you know the geometry, you know that's the correct thing to do.
I'm sorry, but you need a citation.
No, well, we've cited Wikipedia before.
That's not a citation. Wikipedia is never a citation. You've done a degree, apparently. You should know this. When I did my full honours degree, and even when I was doing the foundation degree, I was not allowed to use Wikipedia as a reference. Because you know why? Because it's not credible.
Well, it is
not. No, it's not. That's why they won't. That's why they won't allow it in when you're doing a degree. They won't allow that. They won't allow it because essentially you could go in and you could edit yourself. Cite Wikipedia. They don't allow it. They don't allow it. So find the .education. Yeah.
I know they don't. But the point is, there have been studies on Wikipedia, and it has been shown to be as accurate as Britannica.
Right.
There have been studies on this.
Really?
But anyway,
okay,
so I'm not allowed to use Wikipedia. Okay. Tangent to the Earth. God.
There you go. There's .education there. Look, click that one. You've got it highlighted. .edu. There. What's that say? aty.sdsu.edu. Distance to the horizon. Just beneath you. Just beneath. There. That one. Yeah. Click that one. That's an education one. So click that one and see what that one says.
Okay. And let's just look up. Is it tangent? Here we go. So they're talking about here about tangency here, the line being a tangent to the surface. So they're getting you to understand that first, and then they say. So here we are. They're working out the horizon here, and they're doing it by working out the tangent to the Earth. So they're using that definition of a tangent to get the horizon position. And this is on an educational site, as you requested.
No, it's not. It's actually dummies.com.
Well, but they've demonstrated the principle. They've even done the maths here, showing you how you do it. So they are working out the
definitions of an
That's why the Rumpus is using it.
Working out the horizon.
He's using it because it's for dummies.
A tangent. They're working out the horizon using tangents, which is exactly what any sensible person understands. You use the geometry of the Earth, and then from that, and of course they're using a straight line here because they're not doing the complicated things that I'm doing. But when you have a curved thing, you then have to work out where the tangent of that is, as I described, and that gives you the apparent horizon.
But again, this is dummies.com. It's not. It's nothing. It's not. There's not an educational site.
I'm going to share my screen there now. 1 second.
You're failing here, Rumpus. We need a citation from you.
You're an idiot.
We need a proper citation. I'm sorry.
Apparent horizon.
It agrees with me in Wikipedia.
There's a line of demarcation between
anywhere that goes and calculates the horizon will do what they've done.
Vocabulary.com.
Anywhere that goes and calculates what they've done.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Brian now. So, Brian, you've got something to say. So, because you two are talking over each other, if you want to say something now, that would be cool. And Rumpus, if you just want to listen to his question.
Okay.
Yeah, I have two definitions here. One from the Free Dictionary by Farlex. The apparent horizon, the visible line of demarcation between land, sea, and sky. And I have another one trained from vocabulary.com, the line at which the sky and earth appear to meet. The apparent horizon is apparent. It is not a physical place. It is not a real place. So my question to Rumpus is, for looming to happen, you need a geometric horizon. So can you please...
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Please, can you support that? Can you support that? Can you support that? Can you support what you're saying? Can you support that you don't need a geometric horizon?
Okay, that quote. Let's go back to...
Is looming based on or?
On what? Looming can happen. Looming happens all the time, even a few hundred yards away. For instance, if you're looking at some trees, they will be loomed up very slightly by a fraction of an inch.
Oh, that's called towering.
No, that's not called towering. Towering is non-linear looming. No, you don't understand. You don't understand the definition of towering.
Okay, hang on. I'll just read out the definition of looming again. I have it there. No, I must read it. This one, right? Looming, right? The appearance above the ocean. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction based on aura, usually due to a thermal inversion. Looming is the opposite of sinking, both a refraction phenomena but not mirages. Looming. Can you show me a definition? Can you cite something that will?
Yes, the Andrew Young thing that I gave to Roohif.
But that doesn't back your claim. That
yes, it absolutely backs up that everything is raised up. There are some people who are reluctant to call that looming, but everything's raised up, which is actually the effect we're interested in. That's the actual effect we're interested in, whether things are raised up, and that site. That's
not looming.
It is looming. Here we go.
Effects of refraction.
Here we
go. Looming.
No, guys, listen. I'm presenting now. Hold on. I'm presenting. I want you to read this. This little paragraph here, Rumpus, if you could.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to get back to the call here.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll read it. Here in San Diego, we rarely can see the St. Clement Island about 125 kilometers offshore. The top of the island should just be visible above our horizon with normal refraction, but it's concealed by air light during the day. Even in the clear air of a Santa Ana, which causes looming and raises more of the island above the apparent horizon.
Of course.
It's hard to make out. So it lifts the island above the apparent horizon. So the island is always behind the apparent horizon in looming conditions.
No, this is just describing
which causes looming and raises more of the island above the apparent horizon.
I'm agreeing with you. Listen to me.
So listen to the words.
You've read it out twice now,
So listen to the words. Hold on, just listen to the words. So in this context, it is always placing the horizon in front of the mountain that's being loomed up behind it.
All it's saying is that
never does the looming then include the horizon, placing it beyond the mountain.
Yes, in this particular example, they're talking about looming, bringing things above the apparent horizon. That's fine. That's one part of looming. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me like you do. I know you systematically like to do this. I know you like to systematically do this. Be quiet. Be quiet. Right, so looming does several things. One is to loom everything, but it also naturally looms, because it's not linear, it also looms things that are behind the apparent horizon up more. So if you have more looming, and I've got a diagram for this, brings things that were previously hidden. If you increase the looming, because looming is not a fixed amount, looming can be very little or a lot. So when you have a lot of looming, it'll do what's in that description, i.e. bring things that were not visible to become visible. But that still doesn't preclude that looming is happening to the trees outside your back door. Both occur. Both occur. Looming does both. Both brings things above the horizon and looms everything, as in the...
In relation to one another. They have a symbiotic relationship.
No, the looming that occurs...
No, they have a symbiotic relationship.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Find a citation that says differently. Find a citation that says differently.
And Franti, the quote we had earlier on this website described that everything
a symbiotic relationship.
Everything.
Symbiotic relationship. They both move in relation to each other. There is nothing. It's not loomed up beyond. In front of. It's loomed up behind the apparent horizon. Always.
No, you're misquoting. No, you're lying now. I'm sorry.
That's not misquoting. I can go back down here. I can read it out again. What I'll do is I'll read this for the audience. So I'm going to unplug my ears so I can't hear you. So right, here we go. So the top of the island should just be visible above our horizon with normal refraction, but it's concealed by airlight during the day, even in the clear air of a Santa Ana, which causes looming and raises more of the island above the apparent horizon, placing the apparent horizon before the mountain, which is always going to be the case. The horizon, things can never be loomed up, never ever be loomed up and have the horizon behind it. The horizon always has to be in front of the building for it, or the object, for it to be loomed up. I ask people to go and find an education source or a citation from anybody that refutes this. Anybody that refutes this. To say that the water will also be loomed up and not have a symbiotic relationship with the object that it's trying to see. Right, now I'm going to put Rumpus back on and let's listen, because he's still going. Here we go.
Everything is loomed. Here we have everything is loomed. Everything is raised up, which is what looming is. And here we have everything. You were just citing something that is loomed in a particular case behind the horizon, but everything is raised up. Everything, as he even puts in italics, just to make absolutely sure you know he means everything. Nothing is not loomed. Everything is raised up. Everything. And this is on the same website you were just talking from. He was just describing another example of looming with regard to the apparent horizon. But that doesn't in any way negate this statement. They're both compatible with one another. This is what you don't seem to understand. Because looming is occasionally referred to as bringing things over the horizon, you don't seem to understand that it's also applied to things before the horizon. Just because they talk about looming beyond the horizon doesn't preclude it happening before the horizon, as described here, where he says everything normally appears slightly displaced above its geometric or true position.
Ali B, have you got something to add to this? Because I know you wanted to join to speak to the Rumpus. We're still waiting for a proper citation explaining that the horizon can appear behind something that's being loomed up. He's never going to get that. But Ali B, could you jump in and just sort of like perhaps
speak on the subject?
Well, you've said enough. I mean, we're looking for citations.
Okay, you're stopping me from speaking on the subject.
No, not at all. We're just looking for a citation that says that the apparent horizon We'll be behind something.
Brian,
No,
Anthony,
we're looking for a. Hold
give you an
on.
answer.
We're looking for a
I'm happy to
citation.
give you an answer on that
Hold
subject.
on. We're looking for a citation that will say that the apparent horizon is visible behind something that's being loomed up, because that, by definition, is doublespeak and can never happen. Ali B, do you want something to say?
Well, that's okay. You might be looking for that phraseology, but that's because you're an idiot. It doesn't require that to be the case, to be everything to be loomed up as I've described in that citation. You might be looking for unicorns exist in my garage, but that doesn't mean to say you're going to get it.
Ali B, I think you're on mute, mate. For some reason, we're not hearing you.
No.
All right.
No, I'm not talking. I was just listening there. All right, the rumpus. So, are you still going to deny a thing called light extinction?
No, it's just a light attenuation. It's just a name for light attenuation.
What do you mean attenuation? No, it's extinction. It means it disappears.
Yes, that's what attenuation means as well.
It gets absorbed.
Yes, what attenuation means as well.
Right.
Okay, I'll tell you what extinction is. Extinction is a combination...
No, don't tell me you didn't know what fucking extinction was when I first brought it up. You told me. You're quoting, no, you never. When I first brought it up, hey, dude, let me talk. When I first brought it up about 3 months ago on a hangout, you told me that you're making
some synonym of attenuation. I said it was a synonym of attenuation.
You're a liar.
No, go back to it, and you will see that immediately you mentioned that I talked about attenuation. I said, "Are you talking about attenuation?"
You ridiculed me, my friend.
I told you, "Are you?" I asked you after you said that. I said, "Are you talking about attenuation?"
You're a liar.
Okay, go and get it, and you will see that just after you made that comment, I said, "Are you talking about attenuation?"
Yeah, right, drop that anyway. Bring back that picture you said with you had up with the two lighthouses in, right? Let's have a talk about it.
Right.
And explain to me first of all, what's the apparent horizon then?
Oh my God. Okay.
Do you agree the apparent horizon is a horizon that we see?
Correct. And as I was explaining,
right, so
perhaps you missed. Well, you just asked me to explain the apparent horizon. I was just about to.
I didn't ask for an explanation. I just asked you, do you agree? Right? Didn't ask for an explanation. I don't want you waffling on. So we agree that the apparent horizon is the horizon that we see.
Correct.
Right. So look at your little drawing there and look at the bottom of the lighthouse. What does it say?
It says apparent horizon at the bottom of the lighthouse.
Right, so that means that's the horizon. That guy can see at A1.
Correct.
Right, so why you've got it there that you can't see it.
No, I've got it there. You can see it. That's what this ray of light.
Look.
See the red ray? Hold on, Ali. Can you see this red ray of light? That's the. Hold on, Ali. Let me respond. This red ray of light is coming from the base of the lighthouse at a tangent as defined by what horizon is, and it bends round the curve of the Earth and then arrives at the observer here. Because as I was explaining earlier, light always bends in this shape in the atmosphere, and where it touches the geometry of the Earth, that becomes the apparent horizon. So the light follows this red line that I've shown you, and off it goes to the observer. That's where the apparent horizon is.
Right, and on the left-hand side it says the geometric hidden for A1.
That's the geometric horizon there, correct?
No. There, look. There on the side next to the lighthouse down at the bottom. You can see it. H1.
Oh, sorry, that's something like that was from a previous diagram. I accidentally put that in. Sorry about that.
Sorry, but what's the arrow there for then?
I've been editing this diagram and I accidentally put that there.
Yeah, you're full of shit.
Well, you're full of shit. You're a twat.
Full of shit.
You're a twat.
Can I go back to arguing with
hang
on. Hold on. I want Ali B to concisely make the point here. What he's just to tell the audience.
See what it says geometric horizon? That is where the geometric horizon is. Just there. This is where
that doesn't exist. You can't see that. So
correct. Well done. You've got it. Fantastic.
But you're seeing the apparent horizon.
Yes.
Geometric horizon doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist?
The geometric horizon. It's never seen.
Well, you can't see it, but it is there's a particular
position. Well, how not? Look, that ship's
a lot
closer. That ship's a lot closer than the bottom of the lighthouse, but you can see that. But you can't see that geometric horizon that's closer. That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's nothing special about the geometric horizon. It just so happens that this ship is sitting on it, but there's nothing about the water or something about the geometric horizon special. When you have curved light, there's nothing special about this point at all. It's only special with straight lines. That's the thing that defines it. It's the straight line from the observer to the tangent of the Earth. That gives you the geometric line. But if you've got curvy lines, then that point has no significance whatsoever.
Okay.
It doesn't appear in the image in any
Rumpus, can you put the apparent horizon beyond the lighthouse now, please? Can you put that apparent horizon? Because at the moment, you've got the apparent horizon before the lighthouse, yeah? So can you now put the apparent horizon beyond the lighthouse? And then explain to me how it's being loomed.
It'd be easier for me to move the lighthouse. Can I do that? Is that okay?
Yeah, and then just explain to me how it's being loomed.
Okay.
Here we go. This should be interesting.
So if I just move so here we go. So I'm now going to move the lighthouse. So I have to put this little blob here to rotate it around, so I can move it to here. Let's get rid of this other one that was here. Right. So now we've got a situation where again, so there the apparent horizon is still here.
Okay. So how's that looming? So how's the lighthouse looming now?
Because it's on these curved things.
No. How's it looming?
It appears.
Never mind. How's it looming?
Stop interrupting, and I'll tell you. Stop being a twat. If you're following these light rays that I described to you before.
No, I
You're being a stupid twat, aren't you, Ranty? Yeah, you're stupid.
The definition of looming is behind the horizon.
No, it's not. No, it's
yes,
not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. So here we go. Let me just draw it for you. Let me just move. Where's the stupid center thing gone?
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner.
Oh, you're stupid. Yeah, you don't understand. Because you don't understand, you think you've won, but in fact, it's just your stupidity speaking. Oh my God. Here we go. So there we go. So here we go. So now to work it out, here we do. To work out what's going on, we say here's the shape of the light. The light will follow this ray. So we then stick that on the top of the lighthouse, and then we stick the other end of it on the bottom of the lighthouse. And then we say, where does that come into the eye? And you will see, because I put it there, it will effectively, we then draw a straight line out from here. So if we now draw a straight line out from this point where this came in, whoops. Yeah, laugh again, Ranty. Yeah, you can't draw. Yeah, laugh. Yeah, that'll
but
change.
You've drawn that as if it's.
That'll change.
You've drawn that as if it's what do you call it? It's an equal curve, right? Now, if you bring up that picture of your famous laser, one second.
No, I'll come back.
No. I'm just stopping you because you're going to talk. But you're going to talk bullshit for the next 10 minutes.
I'm answering Ranty's question. I'll come back to you. Honestly, I just want to make. He asked me how this is loomed, and I'm just going to show it. I'll come back. Ali, he asked me a question, and I'd like to answer. Please let me answer.
It can't be. You've lost. It can't be loomed.
You have to prove looming in the first
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you, twats, if you watch. So here we go. Here you go. Here we go. Let me answer. Here we go. Here we go, twat.
I have a question.
Here we go, twat. Brian, I know you don't like me.
Oh dear.
You're disproving.
By moving that lighthouse forward, you've just completely debunked your own model.
I asked you which way. Okay. Did you want? Well, okay. Well, you wanted me to move. Ranty, you're a twat, aren't you? Yeah, you're stupid. Well, I asked
stupid.
whether you were happy
I'm just
to
stupid.
consider an object that was close.
You're that far up your arse.
You said
you're that far up your arse with arrogance that you can't even see what's happening here.
I would have moved the apparent horizon. To change the position of the apparent horizon, I would have to change this curve. In other words, we'd have to change.
It'll be universal. It'll be there anyway.
We would have to change the refraction conditions, and then that would change the radius of this curve, and then it would move this position that I've got where I've labelled apparent horizon to somewhere further round or somewhere closer. It would move as I change the radius of this curve. But you said you just wanted to consider the apparent horizon and the lighthouse being in different positions. So that's what I did. If you're not happy with that, I'll move the apparent horizon. Would you prefer that?
No, never mind that. Get back. Bring me that photograph with the laser. Bring it. Right.
Just said, did you, Ranty? Because you're stupid. Okay, go, Ali. We'll ignore stupid Ranty.
Bring up the laser. Bring up the laser one you had. The green laser going through the water.
Okay.
Please.
Oh, this is class. This is class.
It's all confusing. You don't understand what's
It's not confusing at all.
You're so stupid. You don't
looming has to happen behind the horizon.
Understand what
looming
I'm
has to happen behind the horizon.
because you don't understand.
Actually, hold on.
You're so stupid.
I got this. In your own.
You don't understand. You're right. Here we go.
Can you hold on? Once you've done this, I want you to go through your citation here. This PDF that you've done. After Ali B's done this, I want you to go through it and read out what you speak about when it comes to looming. I want to read your own words about looming in this PDF. Okay. And I will guarantee that you mention a horizon and things being loomed up behind it.
Okay,
right. I have a question for Rob.
Let me just quickly do this. Right.
5 seconds, please,
This is about your thing. This is about the join, Alex.
Sorry, never mind. And your 5 seconds has already been pointed out. Your 5 seconds is an hour.
Okay, Ali B. I want Ali B to take to this point because he's got him down to this laser light. So, Ali B, go ahead. And then, Brian, I'll bring you in, I promise.
Okay. Right, okay then, Rumpus. So, say you lowered this light down, right? To the light, that line of light came down to the bottom of the tank, right? Sorry, I
didn't quite understand that. What do you meant, Ali? Are you saying if you had more of the tank, it would arc down and hit the bottom of the tank? Is that what you're saying?
If you moved it in height downwards, yeah. And also, if you had, say, for example, that was a red laser, and you had a blue laser, a red laser, and a green laser.
Yeah, they would curve differently. Yeah, why? What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, well, exactly, is because that's what you're saying. So the light extinction, if you lower that down, so light in certain conditions coming from the bottom of an object wouldn't even reach your eye.
But if the light from the top of an object so can the bottom object. From the bottom object.
No, it would dip.
Makes no difference.
Yeah, it does actually. Right,
no,
but here,
the extinction they're talking about.
Just let him finish, Ali.
Yeah.
Let him finish. I mean, Rumpus. Let Ali finish.
Right, okay, so now you can see here with the line, with that line that's going down there, see where it bends. It doesn't bend the same as your universe.
Where are you talking about? Are you talking about here? Are you talking about here?
Where it refracts downwards, it begins to refract.
Are you talking about here?
Yes, he's talking there. He's talking there. Yeah, from there. Let's just say it's from there.
Okay.
Right. You drew on your, what do you call it, your lighthouse things, that line was like universal. It was you could actually draw a circle. You couldn't draw a circle out of this.
Yes, you can.
Well, going in, what, starting with a straight line and then a curve? No, I don't think so, my friend.
Well, the circularity of this ray is dependent on how uniform this this is, and in there, with goodness knows what the conditions, it might not be quite right. But the point is,
in your example there with the lighthouses, you've depicted as a universal, a uniform line, circle. Well, so why did you do that then when it doesn't depict reality? Because that's what's happening. No, it doesn't. That's not what's happening.
Okay, let me explain.
Laser test. That's not what's happening in laser test.
Ali, let me explain. In the simple cases where, for instance, when this lighthouse was very short, I've got a huge lighthouse here just because so you can see what the hell's going on. But if the lighthouse is very short, let's say a few meters high, then the curvature of the light rays are just about the same. So it is valid to have, and they are both, and they're also very close.
No, it's not. No, you're depicting unreality here because you've got obviously an observation with that laser. The line goes straight and it begins to diffract, and you've depicted as a uniform.
It doesn't diffract. You've got used the wrong word.
Refracts.
Yes. So yes. So in other words, so is your point? I think your point is that you think that this in the tank is not circular. Is that your point? Whereas this line is circular. Is that your basic complaint?
Well, my complaint is that your drawing there does not depict the reality.
Hold on, we're talking about the laser tanks. Hold on. Make up your mind what you're talking about. Is your complaint about this?
I'm going to do a quick shout out here to Brandon, who says, "This is beautiful. The more Rumpus speaks, the more obvious the lies are. Good job, Ranty. Last few shows have been ace. Keep up the format." Thank you very much. I do appreciate the super chat. I really, really do appreciate it. And yeah, he's getting owned right now. I want to see his citation in this PDF of his explanation for looming. This should be excellent.
Reality.
It does.
No, it doesn't, because you've got an example of the laser bending.
Oh, so you are talking about the laser. Make up your mind. You keep saying not about the laser, and then you do.
The same thing.
Right, so you are making the complaint that the light and the laser's bending in a different way to the light in my diagram. Is that your complaint?
No, my complaint is that that's not depicting reality
but
because
the way you're arguing it is because the laser's thing. So you're complaining.
Look, you can zoom about with your little rhetorical fucking shite debate.
No, I'm trying to pin you down on what your point is. Is your
exactly.
Hold on. Let me try and phrase this. Are you saying that this is invalid? This thing with the lighthouse is invalid because of what's going on in the laser tank?
Yes, and it's a load of shite.
Right. Could you explain to me why the laser tank invalidates my diagram?
Because you've drawn the light wave universal, meaning that it's curving at a perfect arc. Whereas in reality, light doesn't do that.
It does.
It travels in straight lines until it refracts, Rumpus. And
which refracts all the time. That's the whole point about the atmosphere. It refracts all the time.
Yep. When it meets a denser medium, it'll refract even more. So, but it'll go in a straight line until it refracts.
But it
won't refract. It won't refract.
It refracts all the time. You do know that the air near the ground is much denser than the air further up. You do know that, don't you?
Light doesn't travel like that.
What? That doesn't travel like what?
Exactly how you've drawn it there.
It does. It does exactly that.
That laser test proves it.
No. In what way? In what way is the laser test incompatible with my diagram? I keep on asking this question, you never answer.
Laser light travels in a straight line.
No, it doesn't. As you can see in the laser tank, it doesn't travel in straight lines.
It bends when it hits the thicker, denser medium.
Yes, and that's what happens in the atmosphere because the atmosphere changes density of light.
Well, where's
just like the laser tank? They're both equivalent.
And where's
they both bend?
Where's the straight line on this? You're drawing curved lines when it doesn't do that.
It does do that, and it does it in the laser tank.
After the distance, but anyway, forget that.
Okay, yeah, we're going around in circles. Listen,
Ali,
hold on.
It bends in the laser tank in a curve, in a circle, in an arc, and I've got it drawing as an arc here. They're both the same.
Okay, listen, hold on. We're going around in circles here, guys. But I just want to see your own words in this, and then I'll get to Brian. I just want to see where you actually describe what looming is in this PDF, please.
I don't think I've fully defined it, though I do refer to it lots and lots and lots, but I could go and...
You mean you don't have a position on this PDF that specifically talks about looming?
Looming. Standard refraction in the atmosphere causes light to curve around the Earth and follows an observer to see beyond the geometric horizon. There you
go. Thank you very much. Right. Okay, Brian, away you go.
Okay.
Rumpus. We are continually getting observations of objects, large and small, that are far too far away to be on a geometric globe of 24,940 mile equator size.
Well, that's because the light's refracted.
I've not finished speaking. Be quiet. So, and 3 times out of 4, the bottoms of these objects will be obscured. Now, you're saying that light bends, okay, as it goes. Yeah, light bend. No, not that.
As in the diagram. No, this is what I'm claiming. Hold on. No, don't tell me what I'm claiming. This is what I'm claiming. Yeah, don't tell me I'm claiming something else. I'm claiming this.
I'm claiming this. Speaking, Rumpus.
Yeah, I know, but I'm claiming. Don't tell me I'm claiming something else. Yeah, but you said I was claiming something, Brian. Yeah, but Brian, you said I was claiming something.
Diagram. You started. I was talking about light. You started pointing to that diagram, which.
Woohoo! Another super chat. Here we go again. £2 super chat. No comment, but thank you very much. Everyone seems to agree. He owned himself. It's all in his PDF. Exactly.
Should see him if we had a geometric horizon, but would also cause from 3 times out of 4 that we wouldn't see the bottoms of them. That our bottoms of them would be obscured because the light is being bent down into a denser medium by the denser medium, the denser gases. Right. That also completely disproves any type of looming of any kind. It is completely impossible for looming to happen, as that would mean that those light rays, or light, whatever you want to call them, would have to come up out of the denser medium to a lighter medium, to a less dense part of the air, a less dense part of the atmosphere, to loom above something. It completely disproves it completely 100%. You're disproving looming, and you're proving that the observations we see at a distance way beyond what the geometric horizon of a globe would give us. The fact that we're seeing these objects way further, and sometimes we don't always see the bottom of them, is because of light bending down. So on a flat horizon, light will bend down, right? You're saying light is bending down, but it'll happen on a flat plane and a globe. But on a flat plane, what you're saying matches exactly what we see. You understand? What you're telling us matches exactly what we see, which means
correct. What I'm telling you matches exactly what we see. That is correct.
Yeah, on a flat plane, it doesn't match a globe.
No, it doesn't, because you wouldn't get any obstruction at all on a flat plane.
Looming is possible. Looming is absolutely impossible.
I'm showing you here how it works.
You're showing a diagram, Rumpus.
Here we go. So here we go. There's this curved light, and this is zoomed. You see this thing here? Oh no, Brian, you've had 2 minutes. Brian, you've had 2 minutes. Now it's my turn. Brian, you've had 2 minutes. Brian.
How many times do we need to go back to this same diagram? It's like going back to a prayer book. It really is. Look at my diagram. Look at my diagram. I've seen this diagram maybe 30 times in the past 2 weeks, and it's the same stuff. It's not reality, guys. This is not reality. The fact that he actually cited the fact that it goes, it would be loomed up beyond the horizon. I mean, that's just glorious, because when he moved that lighthouse just before, he showed that the horizon was behind it, so it couldn't be being loomed up, could it? Hello, Black Swan. Hello, Rumpus.
Brian, you've had 2 minutes. Brian, you've already had 2 minutes. Brian, you've said how Looming can't work. Brian, you've had 2 minutes, and now it's my turn. Brian, you've had 2 minutes. It's now my turn. Brian, you've had 2 minutes.
Rumpus, shut your fucking hole, will you? Shut up.
He won't
shut up, Rumpus.
Brian, you've had 2 minutes.
Yeah, you do need to be.
Brian, you had 2 minutes talking to yourself, and now it's my turn.
Well, he's been talking to himself because you've talked over him the whole time.
No, I didn't. No, I was.
Brian, could you make your point? And Rumpus, can you just let him?
I still haven't had a chance to answer him at all.
Yeah, let's let the audience hear what his actual claim is, because
I didn't stop him. I let him speak for 2 minutes.
Can we repeat it?
Do you want to give another 2 minutes before I can answer? Is that right?
Yeah. So, Brian,
you want to give him 4 minutes?
Brian, would you like to just repeat?
Oh, shut up, Rumpus.
Repeat.
It's quite obvious to anybody.
Brian,
I've not been able to answer. I've not been able to speak.
Yes, you're allowed to answer. Once Brian's told the audience again what his claim is.
To do it, Ranty.
Well, he could have done it by now if you'd have shut up. Right, Brian, go ahead. Brian, go ahead.
He had 2 minutes monologue.
Go ahead, Brian. Yeah, he's not there now, is he? Right. Okay, then. Well, in that case, I guess, Rumpus, here we go.
Right, he made a statement at the end of his point. How can you have looming on a curved Earth or with a curved light rays? And hopefully you can see, as I described
before. Say anything there.
Oh, my God. Shut up, Brian. It's my turn. Brian, stop interrupting. Right, so here we go. So, Brian, you had 3 minutes now, and you're interrupting me. You're not even allowed.
Hold on, Brian. I did try to bring you in before, and I did but you were on mute for the longest time. And Rumpus is just going to make his response now, and then you can go back to it if you think it's wrong. But talking over each other isn't really great. So
let's take turns.
Yeah. So Rumpus, you make your point. Please keep it up to under a minute. I don't want it to be going on for too long. Right. Go on. 1 minute, starting now.
Right. So he claimed that how do I explain looming? So he didn't listen to anything I've said previously because he's an idiot. And as you should see from this, if you follow these light rays, which I've been showing here, is how things damn it, I've moved the bloody center, haven't I? If I do this light ray here describes the light ray, how light is curved in the atmosphere. And so if you pick a point on the lighthouse, you know how it's going to enter and what it's going to follow to get to the observer. And as you can see, if it comes from up here, it comes in at this angle here. And so the observer perceives this curved light ray coming in at this angle. And if you then draw out that line, as I'm doing here, it then puts this object here. This is where the thing is perceived. And this is where it was. And this is loomed.
Okay, right. So, Brian, go ahead. Respond, please.
Give him a minute. You're going to give him just 60 seconds.
Give
him 60 seconds, Ranty, only.
Showing, hang on, Rumpus, you're not leaving me speak. He's showing us a light ray going from your eye, right? And he's showing, he's showing us seeing things and light being bent down, right? And in the distance, right? Due to the denser atmosphere, right? The denser gases close to the land and the sea, right? And then he's trying to somehow wrangle this light to come back into the lighter, less dense air. How can it come back up when it's been bent down by the dense air? How is the light that's been bent down by the dense air coming back up into the less dense air?
Okay. If you look at the laser tank example you saw earlier, it goes.
The laser tank is not reality.
You're interrupting me.
Oh yeah, let him respond. See what he says.
The scenario in the atmosphere is very, very similar to the scenario in the tank of water. You've got more dense sugar in the laser tank at the bottom. Similarly, the air near the surface of the Earth is denser. That means it refracts more. So therefore, it bends down. Just like in the laser tank, it was going up and then it came down following a curve. You're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me again. So it just followed a curve. You're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me. You'll get a chance in a second. Wait your turn, you twat. So the light follows. The light follows a curve like this, as it was following, as it was in this one. If I draw it here, that's what it's like in the laser tank. But it will do that around the Earth in a similar way because the density of the air near the surface is greater. So it follows a curve like this, as it did in the laser tank, and therefore it will curve in the same way.
So, Rumpus, is the light being bent by the denser medium?
Yes.
Right. So, what is bending it back up the way?
It's not bending it back up. It's always bending down with respect.
For Looming, it needs to be above the horizon. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Let me explain.
Well, I know you just agreed. You just agreed. You just agreed that the denser medium was bending the light.
Yes.
Right.
And I'll explain how.
And how come the denser medium decided to stop bending the light?
Can I answer your point, please? So you seem to have some confusion. The light near the surface of the Earth is denser, just like the bottom of the tank in the laser situation is denser, so it will bend towards the surface, just like the laser bends towards the floor of the tank. So here the light bends in this arc in the same way the laser tank does, and therefore bends down. And I've demonstrated now about 15 times how this leads to this. Don't interrupt me. How this leads to a loomed up image. There you go. Carry on.
Now, Rumpus, in the laser tank testing, you have the laser is turned up the way. Okay, it's not looking straight. It's not going in a straight line. It's going up the way. Okay, so it goes up and then down. Right? We don't look up the way. We look straight forward. So what we would see is this, kind of like what you have on now. This is what we're seeing. What you have on the screen now. We're looking straight forward and bending down.
Do you realise this is a side-on view? The observer in this diagram. In fact, I here.
Let him finish, Rumpus, for fuck's sake.
He was interrupting me. I'm trying to explain to him.
No, he wasn't. He was fucking talking and you interrupted him.
Far longer than I do.
Shut your fucking. So what?
Be quiet.
You shut your hole.
Shut up, Ali.
Was the laser pointed up the way? And you didn't give me a yes or no on that.
What's the question? Is this laser?
The laser pointed up the way.
Yes, this pointing up the way. What do you mean? If it's pointed above the horizontal, that's what you mean.
Pointed horizontal. Was the laser light going pointed up the way or pointed horizontal?
When you say up the way, I presume you mean above the horizontal.
Not horizontal.
You know what he means.
No, I don't. That's gibberish.
Up the way means up. Yes, it's.
Yeah.
Right. In other words, are you asking me if the angle of this line? I'm trying to answer you, Brian. Brian, let me answer you. I'm going to tell you what the angle is. If you just listen.
Yes or no?
Listen. Listen. I'm trying to answer you, you twat.
Right. One at a time, please. One at a time, please.
Let me answer him. He's asked me a question about what it's doing. I'm trying to answer him. So he's asked me, I think, what is the angle of this light coming to this tank?
That's not what I asked you.
That's not
what he asked you.
What are you asking? Okay, say it again.
Well, Rumpus, keep quiet and let him ask you.
Okay, say it again.
What in the laser?
Well, let him answer the question, Rumpus.
We're talking about this situation.
Let him ask the question.
In this diagram, you're talking about Brian.
Right.
Let him ask the question, Rumpus. Stop interrupting him.
I don't know if he's talking about this diagram or not.
Let me ask the question, Rumpus.
Are you asking about this diagram?
He will.
Like that is going through the tank of sugar water. Is that pointed up the way, right, or pointed horizontal as it enters the tank of sugar water?
Right, so I have answered your question. You're asking me what's the angle.
Question. It's a yes. Yes, it is pointed up the way, or no, it's not pointed up the way. Yes or no?
Up the way. If you're asking me if the angle of this laser is above horizontal, then the answer is yes. Is the angle you're asking? Oh my God! I'm trying to answer you. If you're asking me if the angle of this laser is coming in above the horizontal from the right-hand side, then yes, it is. It's pointed above the horizontal.
That's not how we look. We don't look up in the sky to see straight ahead of us.
No,
we look straight ahead.
Over here, you twat.
So
this is the observer. Can you see this thing marked observer? This is the observer. This is the.
No.
So if that's the observer, the light's just going down, yeah?
The light is coming from
coming up. Twat. Oh my God, you.
Below us, in the back of my head. See, this is pre-assumption. This is begging the question, Randy. This is.
Let me, Brian.
I knew there was something on.
Brian,
this is begging the question that the light is coming right behind us, down below us.
Brian, let me explain this diagram, then you'll understand. Here we have the observer. Here we have the object the light's coming from, and here is what the light does. So the observer will see. Hold on, Brian. Let me finish. The observer will see a straight line coming in from the angle it comes in here. And I've put it in the horizontal position, so the observer will perceive this laser coming in as horizontal. Therefore, the observer here will perceive the lighthouse as here rather than there, i.e. loomed up.
Why?
Oh my God! Because the observer, you as a human being, assume things come out as a straight line into your eye. So your observer here sees light coming in horizontally and then assumes that it's horizontal to them. That's how the eye works.
That's not real, though. What would happen there is that the observer...
And 1 second.
The observer, what would happen there is the observer would not be able to see, if the lighthouse was back far enough, would not be able to see the bottom of the lighthouse. That's what would happen there.
Well, there's nothing obstruct. There's no obstruction in this tank.
The light wouldn't reach the light is bent down towards the bottom.
You can see it. Well, okay.
It's just a diagram, Rumpus. But to be honest, hold on. To be honest, Brian's making a really good point here. From the object would be leaving in the denser medium. It would just go straight down. It would hit the floor before it even got to the observer. It wouldn't do that arch up.
All right, this is something you didn't understand before.
It's nothing to do with understanding, Rumpus.
Okay, because you're a moron, I'll have to explain to you again. Okay, I've done this before, but I have to do it again. But under the higher angle ray, here we go. Try and concentrate. I know it's difficult for you. So here we go, stupid moron. So here we go. So a higher, let me just... you're stupid, I know. So can you see that from a lower down position, that you would get light? You're stupid, I know. It's really sad, isn't it? Oh my God. So here we go. I'm expecting, Brian, we're nearly there, Brian. We're nearly there. So here we go. So if I now have a light ray, you're stupid. So imagine the bottom of my house is here. You're stupid, aren't you, Randy? Yeah. Oh, God. So you think if you don't understand anything, you're stupid. Yes, you're very stupid. Can you see how light from the bottom of the lighthouse will actually end up at the observer? Because if you fire it up higher, the angle of the light rays higher, it will still get to the observer. The observer will be able to see all of this.
The laser. You're putting the laser is not doing that. The laser is not curving down that amount. That line you put in there, the laser's not curving down that amount.
The same curve. You see, if I put, I haven't arranged this properly. If I did that and I just changed the angle. Okay, I'll tell you what, Brian. I'll actually draw the line that comes exactly on the laser. Okay, Brian, I'll do exactly what you want. I will put the line in that shows the laser curvature. So I'll now put it over the laser line. And now I will show you how... Oh, damn it. Click on that thing. And if we move this thing here to there, and this is how light from the bottom... So I've used exactly the same curvature of the ray. And if I now move that down here, so that light from the bottom of the lighthouse will have... for a steeper angle than the one here, will arrive at the observer.
Why
you see that?
Down like that?
Because this is where the base of the lighthouse is, you twat. You asked me specifically. You asked me specifically how would light get from the bottom of the lighthouse to the observer, and I've now just used the same curvature. Listen to me, Brian. I've used the same curvature of that laser, and it's coming from the bottom, but at a different angle, and it gets to the observer. Can you see that?
You realise what you're after doing? You're after literally telling everyone why, at a distance, we don't see the bottom of things when we should do.
There's no obstruction here, is there?
You're literally after telling everyone that.
There's no obstruction here, is there, you twat? You can't see the bottom.
You're after literally showing.
So if I put an obstruction here,
without a shadow of a doubt, why we don't see the bottom of big objects at a distance.
No angle of light that will get through to the observer. You twat.
Exactly. You won't see the bottom of it.
Because something in the way, but you would if there wasn't something in the way. You see?
But it doesn't matter. You won't see the bottom of it.
What's in the way?
It's not there, you twat. It would get there, wouldn't it?
You won't see the bottom of it. So it's not to do whether it's horizontal or not. You won't see the bottom of it.
If there's nothing in the way, it would go to the bottom. So but if there's something in the way like Earth curve, it wouldn't.
Oh, Earth curve. You mean a horizon? Hold on, Rumpus, Brian. So you mean like a horizon?
Correct.
Oh, right. So you would need a horizon for something to go over. The light ray would have to go over the horizon to actually reach the eyeball. Yeah.
Correct.
The same as from the other perspective, the lighthouse would have to go above the horizon for you to see it.
Let me just draw the
diagram. That would be looming. Hold on, Rumpus. That would be looming. Yeah. So from the other way, then you would have to get the looming. It would have to go above the horizon, correct?
As drawn in this diagram here.
Yeah. Which is saying that you cannot have the horizon behind something that is being loomed up, because it has to, by definition, be loomed up from behind the horizon.
No, absolutely not. This boat is also
by definition. Find it on your own PDF. On your own PDF, you literally wrote it about looming.
I'll show you.
Above the geometric horizon, you literally wrote it. And find other citations on your PDF. I'm sure you've got loads on there that say the same thing.
You misunderstood it as usual, Ranty.
It wasn't misunderstood. It was written down in black and white.
I'll show you. I'll go back to it then. We'll go back to it. We'll go back to what I said. You're a twat.
Yeah. And I want you to find all. In fact, use Control and F to find all the places that you've actually spoken about looming. Because here we go.
Right. And
what does it say? Read it out.
Here we go. Looming, stand refraction in the atmosphere, causes light to curve around the Earth, space, and
yes,
and
yes,
and there's an and in there. Oh my God, there's an and.
Yes, carry on.
And allows an observer to see beyond the geometric horizon.
So yes, beyond the geometric horizon.
Looms things, and it looms.
That and doesn't get you out of it, Rumpus. That and doesn't get you out of it.
So it does both. It does both things.
That and doesn't allow
before the horizon.
No,
as in the Andrew Young
it's
definition.
A plus. It's a plus. It's not and doesn't mean something different. Hold on. English lesson coming. English. Right. I'm gonna put you on mute. So what we have here is we have an English lesson right now. So the English lesson is that Rumpus seems to think that and means it's something different. No. And means something added onto, an additional, as well as. And that's the difference. He's trying to conflate this and say, and isn't something different, Rumpus. And is something added to it, my friend. Lesson number 1 in English. Words have meaning, and your own words betray you right now. Now I will put you back off mute.
Twat. You twat. You can't understand English.
Flat out,
it does both.
Literally flat out.
It looms things before the horizon, and it looms things the other side of the horizon. It looms everything, as in the Andrew Young website. Everything is raised up. Everything, without exception. Everything is raised up, as I'm showing you here in this diagram. This is the unloomed, no refraction case to the left. Hold on. Here we go. This is the key point here. On the left is a diagram of no refraction, and on the right, I've got the with refraction, with standard refraction.
Hold on. Go down onto the paragraph beneath that. No, the wording underneath.
I'll do that in a second. But first. This is what happens when you switch on refraction, you switch on looming, and so the boat, as you can see here, with respect to the eye horizontal, it's loomed up because it's before the horizon, and the thing behind it is loomed up more because it's further away, it's loomed up even more. So both of them are loomed up. Everything, including the horizon, which is also loomed up. Everything is loomed up.
Go down to the second paragraph, the raising up of the image. Go on, read that out.
Okay, the raising up of the image of an object in the atmosphere from its geometric position is called looming and was described by scientific observations in section 5.33.
Oh dear. Gets worse for you guys.
No, you don't understand, do you?
I don't see how you can raise up light after it's been bent down.
Because I've shown you several billion times you
haven't shown anything. You haven't shown how the light can come back up after it's been bent down. You're not showing how the light can come back up.
I've shown you the exact ray.
You haven't. You're not showing. You haven't shown.
Brian, there's the ray there.
You haven't shown. I'm going to make it.
Okay, so hold on. Go back to the boat. Go back to the boat example, where you've got where you've placed the boat. Right. So you've placed the boat before the lighthouse, yeah. So what has? So hold on. No.
I'll show you where it is. There's the boat. Here's the lighthouse.
Yeah.
There's the observatory.
Yes, we know. We know this. Go back to the image on the right. There we go. So the image on the right. So what you have here is you've loomed up the lighthouse. You've loomed up the water. Why haven't you loomed up the boat, Rumpus?
I have. Would you look at the difference between them? They're not in the same place.
Why haven't you loomed up the boat, Rumpus?
I have.
The boat hasn't moved.
It has.
No, it hasn't. The boat hasn't moved.
I did not see.
The boat has not moved. You've loomed up everything else, but you've kept the boat in the same position. You've moved it in relation to the horizon. But that isn't how things work, Rumpus. It has to be loomed up beyond the horizon.
What are you talking about?
You've placed the boat in front of the lighthouse, and you've not loomed it up like you've loomed everything else up. I am looking exactly. And I am looking exactly.
Not see.
Yes, I can.
Right. Okay. Let me explain then. This is. I've got
Hold
this
on.
view here.
I'm going to take a print screen of that.
Let me make the point. Ranty, stop interrupting me.
I've just taken.
Can you see this purple line? Can you see this purple line?
Hold on.
That's horizontal for the observer.
We're going to check your claim. We're going to check your claim.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. Can you see this horizontal purple line, which is the horizontal for the observer? So this does not move. This is like.
Hold on.
I haven't finished my goddamn sentence yet. And so you can see that I've moved the ship up from here up to here. What can you not see? How can you claim that hasn't gone up?
Hold on. Well, I will check it now. I will check it now. Because I've literally just taken a screenshot of your image. I'm going to work this out. And we shall see whether or not that holds anyway. I'm going to say that you're lying. I'm going to say that you're lying, and I'm going to prove it.
Yeah, well, you're a wanker then.
Well, I can prove it. I'm not just going to say that you're lying. I can actually demonstrate and prove that you haven't done what you say you've done. Right, so image, and we're going to crop this to the selection so that it gets bigger, and we're going to zoom in a little bit. So now I'm going to share screens so that you guys can see. So bear with me whilst I share these screens. Right, so you say that you have moved the boat. I say that's a lie, and I'm going to prove that right now.
But you can see on screen.
I'm going to move it. I'm going to prove it right now. Here we have the same cloud formation on the left-hand side. Cloud formation, cloud formation. You can see it. Let me adjust it so that people can see it a little bit better. We have the same cloud formations in relation to everything else.
Here I haven't moved those.
Hold on. So, hold on.
I didn't move the clouds.
So what we're going to do now is
I didn't move the clouds. Okay, guilty. I didn't move the clouds.
So now we have the boat in relation to the cloud, and
I didn't move the clouds. Okay, I didn't move the clouds. Sorry.
And when we
moving the clouds.
When we move this over here,
let him finish his fucking point, Rumpus. For fuck's sake.
Okay, I accept. I didn't move the clouds.
So yeah, now okay, we heard that. Now let him finish.
Why is going on about them?
But it doesn't matter. Let's hear.
I admit it. I didn't move the clouds, you twat.
Yeah, so let's hear what Ranty's got to say then.
So what this is demonstrating is that the boat hasn't been moved. The boat has been dropped, actually. The boat has been dropped, and everything else has been risen up. So the boat has not risen up, as he claimed. You claimed that the horizon, you claimed that the lighthouse, and you claimed that the boat were all being raised up. I've just demonstrated that on this image, you have placed the boat lower, and you have raised the lighthouse and the horizon to create an effect that doesn't happen in reality.
It happens exactly in reality. I can't believe you're making. You are digging the depths.
It's not on the geometric horizon. It's not on the horizon anymore.
I don't know if you're. I couldn't see what you were sharing. I couldn't see what you were sharing. So I presume you're talking about this diagram I've got here. So here we go. This is where the boat is in this on the left-hand side. I have not moved the view. The view is as though you were looking through a theodolite.
You're not sharing. You're not sharing. We can't see. I was sharing.
Okay. This is stupidity of a scale I don't.
Listen, it's your diagram.
Yeah, well, stop being stupid then, Rumpus, for fuck's sake.
Here we go. So I'm assuming you're looking at this diagram. I mean, I can't believe what you're saying. I can't even imagine you're looking at the same thing. So here we have the diagram on the left.
The audience just saw it. The audience just saw it.
You've sunk into more depths of stupidity than I thought possible. So here we go. So here we go. We have the ship down here in this viewport, like looking through a theodolite. You don't change the theodolite. So you maintain this purple line, which is the horizontal for the observer. And I've now loomed everything up, including the ship. It's no longer, it's above the one on the left-hand side. How ranty.
No, it's not. The one on the right-hand side is below the clouds now. So it's actually sunk. The boat has sunk.
No, the whole
in relation to the clouds, the boat has sunk.
Yeah, Ranty, I explained I didn't move the clouds, so what?
So it's not accurate then? So your image is incorrect? Your image is wrong?
If you listen to what I said
just admit it. Your image is incorrect. Just admit it and we can move on.
The image is fundamentally
It's all right to be wrong, Rumpus, at times.
No, I'm not
you
wrong.
can be wrong. You can be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. We all appreciate we make mistakes. You made mistakes. This isn't reality.
You're claiming,
and it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen this way, Rumpus. You made a mistake. If you was an honest person, you would admit that you fucked up. And you fucked up. And I can still hear him ranting right now, which is why I've taken him off. So, yes, I clearly demonstrated that his image is incorrect. It's not what he pretends it to be. The boat has definitely been sunk in this image, and the lighthouse and the horizon has been... Well, the horizon hasn't moved, actually. The horizon has stayed the same. The only thing that's changed is the lighthouse in the background has been loomed up, and the boat has been dropped. That's quite evident if you look at the clouds in the background and the horizon. So what is effectively showed here is that the lighthouse is looming up beyond the horizon, but what he's also done to try and counteract this is drop the boat a little bit like so. Totally against how things work in reality, but that's just Rumpus. Here we go.
You're a twat. You're an utter twat. I explained to you this horizontal eye line is in the same position. So the fact that this is higher up the screen, higher up the image, means it's moved up, because this constant in this is the purple line, the horizontal eye line. Everything has moved up. This ship is higher up the screen than this one. How you can claim otherwise, I do not know. The horizon's gone up, the ship's gone up, but the lighthouse goes up more because looming happens more to things further in the distance. They move up further. That's the way looming works, the way that curve works. The further you go, it's not linear. The things further away loom up more. So how you can claim this object, this ship, is not higher than the ship on the left defies... I mean, you've got to be mentally ill, it seems to me, to claim that. You've got to be absolutely bonkers if you can't see that.
Rumpus, it's before the horizon.
Yes, because the horizon...
On the other one, you have it on what you call the geometric horizon, which is the yellow line. That's where you have the ship. Yeah. And on this one, you have the ship way further. But it's in between the apparent horizon and what you're calling the geometric horizon.
The new horizon is now here as opposed to up there.
So why isn't the boat lifted up?
Why is the boat lifted up?
Not lifted up in relation to the horizon.
Can you see
the yellow line?
Can you see this ship?
The boat should still be on the horizon.
The
boat should still be on the horizon.
The ship is higher up the screen. This one over here.
No, the boat should still be on the horizon.
Higher up the screen on the right-hand side than it is on the left.
No, the boat should still be on the horizon.
On the right-hand side than on the left.
No, the boat should still be on the horizon.
On the right-hand side than the left.
The geometric and the apparent horizon. It should be still on the. It should be still sitting on the geometric horizon if you're going to do that actual.
Exactly.
You have it in between two. You have it before the apparent horizon.
Oh, he's stuttering now. Here we go.
The geometric horizon.
Back to this thing.
Oh, you're a twat. Yeah. The apparent horizon has moved to here, and the geometric horizon is.
I think we broke him.
Hey, Ranty, I'll need to go, mate. I'm going to boost.
No worries, Ali B.
I've got thanks for inviting me in. Yep, thanks, Brian. Thanks, everybody. Right, I'll speak to you later on, Ranty.
Anytime, Ali B.
Aye.
Catch you later.
Cheers. But it defies understanding. But I suppose you're a flat earther, so I suppose you're entitled to be stupid. I mean, you're using your stupidity here as a defence. You're saying, I can't understand these things.
No, we're not saying, we're saying that you don't understand.
No, I understand that I drew these diagrams and I understand them intimately. You don't understand.
You also mentioned that looming was beyond the apparent horizon.
Sorry? Say that again?
You have the boat before the apparent horizon and after the geometric horizon.
Science denial. You was that, Brian?
You have the boat in between two horizons, a geometric and an apparent.
You can't see the geometric horizon. That's the point. It disappears because the geometric horizon only makes sense.
In the other one, the boat is on the geometric horizon.
Correct.
Yeah. So how come it's not still on the supposed geometric horizon?
Because it's being loomed up. As I've demonstrated here.
You have to looming up. You have to looming up an horizon.
Oh, the double speaker is unbelievable.
You've loomed up an horizon.
Everything is loomed up. Yes, you're getting it. You're starting to get it. Everything is loomed up by standard refraction.
Can you provide official support that shows an horizon can loom above an horizon?
Everything is loomed up. Everything is loomed up by standard refraction. That's everything. I'll say it again.
What's standard refraction?
So why is the boat not? Why is the boat not loomed?
Everything is loomed up by standard refraction.
Why is the boat not loomed?
It is.
No, it's not. It's lower than the clouds.
That's why it's higher here than it is on the left.
No, it's lower than the clouds.
The clouds are just there for graphical, just for nice.
So the image is incorrect.
You're stupid, aren't you, Rant? You don't understand.
So the image is incorrect. It's fine to be wrong. Just admit it.
You're a moron. Yeah, we know that.
Just admit it that you got something wrong. It's not that bad.
I admit you're a moron. I'm prepared to admit you're a moron. That's perfectly true.
It's your diagram. You fucked up, not me.
If you're looking through a theodolite, this is what you would see in the...
Rumpus doing his rumpus in again. Can't admit that he's actually wrong. He is seriously wrong. The boat is lower in relation to the clouds, proving that it hasn't been loomed up as he claims. In fact, the horizon hasn't been loomed up as he claims either, because the clouds give that away. The only thing that's been loomed up in this diagram is the lighthouse. It's beside the point. For anything to be loomed up, you need it to be loomed up behind either the geometric or the apparent. You can't have something loomed up that's in front of any of those, geometric or apparent. It has to be behind, and it's a simple fact, and he doesn't get it. There isn't a citation out there that backs his position. There are plenty of citations out there. In fact, every citation about looming says the same, that it has to be being loomed up behind either the geometric or the apparent horizon. You cannot have something that's being loomed up that is before those horizons. It's impossible. It just doesn't work. He doesn't get it.
The Andrew Young website exactly says that everything is raised up, as I say here. Andrew Young website, which we're referring to as an authority, says that everything is raised up, and that's what I'm demonstrating here. Everything is raised up, wherever it is.
It has to be if you believe in a globe, because what we see in reality is horizontal. Everything is horizontal. What does happen is, at a long distance, we'll be missing the bottom of items, and that's due to, as you said, the light being bent down. So the light at the bottom of the item.
I showed you before how light. I showed you how before, even with a bending situation, how light from something that's lower down. Oh, it's not good at doing that. I'm showing you how here. No, here wasn't it?
Well,
this one. Here we go. Here we go. I showed you. Brian,
that's the yellow line.
Brian, I showed you how. Brian,
showing us that the light bends down. So consequently, we don't see the bottom of the items at a long distance.
Brian, I showed you how light from the bottom of the lighthouse, even in bendy light conditions, will get to the observer. So even on a flat plane, even on a flat plane,
I think he muted me. He muted me. He muted me from talking.
Yeah. So as I was explaining, the light from the bottom of the lighthouse will reach the observer.
Rumpus keeps muting me. I keep on people on mute by Rumpus.
Well, you keep on systematically over talking me. You keep on trying to censor me, Brian. I'm not having it. You do it to everybody. You don't exchange. You do not take turns, Brian, because you don't know how to conduct yourself in a civilized manner, and you always insist on over talking people. I'm prepared to take turns. You're not. I'm prepared to take turns in a conversation. Brian, are you prepared to take?
We don't need to hear about the diagram.
Brian, are you prepared to take turns in a conversation?
I'm not Rumpus with you because you keep on.
Are you prepared to take turns? Because I'm happy to.
I'm prepared. I was speaking.
To take turns, Brian.
I was speaking, and you came in. Remember? I started speaking, and you decided that it was your turn to speak.
And you decided you wanted to speak.
3 times.
Brian, are you happy to take turns in the conversation?
You keep on muting me.
Brian, are you happy to take turns in the conversation?
It's my turn to speak, Ron.
Brian, are you happy to take turns in the conversation?
It's my turn to speak.
Brian, take turns in a conversation.
I leave Ranty say.
Ranty take turns in a conversation, Brian. Are you prepared to have an exchange in an adult manner? Are you prepared to take
Calm down. Both of you need to take a bit of a breath here and just stop over-talking each other.
Ranty, but he won't do that, will he? He's over-talking me.
So I'd like to hear Brian's point.
Okay. My point is that if you look at this laser light, right, obviously because it's in sugar water, it's going to bend way more than it would during a much shorter distance than it will be than it would during going through the atmosphere at ground level and sea level. But what my point being is that at a distance, a lighthouse, let's say a big lighthouse, at a distance, right, if it's at a big enough distance, with the atmosphere being extra dense, what's going to happen is that we're not going to see the bottom of the lighthouse because the light has been. We're not going to see the bottom of that lighthouse.
You hear how it happens?
Maybe 1 out of 4 clients will see the bottom. It depends on.
I'll show you how it happens in this diagram. It's very moment.
On the weather. I mean, but if we, especially if it's cold, so you're going to have more dense air. So what's going to happen is you're not going to see the bottom of the lighthouse.
I'm showing you happening here.
Did that come through okay, Ranty? Did you hear that, or do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, it came through fine. Rumpus, what do you say?
I'm showing in this diagram how you can see light from the bottom of the lighthouse in a curved light. It's very simple. But Brian hasn't absorbed this fact because he's an idiot. Here is the light ray coming from the base of the lighthouse going to the observer, even though it's curved. And Brian seems to think, for some reason, because you get curved light, you can't see the bottom of things. Oh, yes, you can, because the light ray just simply has to leave at a higher angle. It's very, very simple.
No, Rumpus.
The diagram here showing you twat.
No, Rumpus.
Look at the diagram. Look at the diagram. If you remember, I copied the... Hold on, Brian.
We have to go back to what we see and observe.
I copied
in
with
we see objects at a distance, and we're missing the bottoms of it.
I copied the ray.
Yes, they're way further than they could be on the
geometry of the ray, and it just simply has to go down here and see the bottom of the lighthouse.
You're wrong.
Can you see that? Can you see that? I haven't had to change the angle. I haven't had to change how much the ray curves. I can just simply say,
well, go to the lower lighthouse. What's wrong with the one at the top, Rumpus? Go to the one at the top, and what happens? We don't get to see the bottom of it.
We do.
See the lighthouse at the top. Never mind this bottom one. Look at the laser light and use the top lighthouse. What happens there?
That's the perceived one. That is just how you perceive by the observer. That's not a real thing.
Stop muting me, Rumpus.
I'm not muting.
Rumpus. You just muted me there a minute ago. Rumpus, this top lighthouse, we won't see the bottom of that lighthouse because the light bends down to the bottom.
Hold on, perhaps you haven't understood.
Oh, you have to taking it away now.
Brian, you haven't understood this object is. Brian, do you understand that was the perceived position? Do you understand?
Never mind that. That's based on what you believe.
This is where the real object was.
Well, one at a time. This is no good that you're talking over each other like this.
Please not let me answer, Brian.
You're just as bad, the Rumpus. I'm sorry, but you are.
No, I didn't mute him. So here we go. That what I drew there was not a real object. That is where the perceived object was. But because you're a moron, you didn't understand that. Here is where the real object is. This is the light. I put the top of the lighthouse where this laser light happens to be. But as you saw, I then demonstrated that the light ray, I don't have to change the angle, it's the same light ray, but to get to the eye it just has to come up to a slightly higher. Remember, light is coming out of the lighthouse at all directions, billions and billions of angles are coming out from the lighthouse, and one of them following this light path here will end up at the observer. There's no obstruction, there's nothing stopping light coming from the base of the lighthouse just because we've got a curved ray making it to the observer. Do you understand that?
Is the person who's viewing the lighthouse on a cliff above the lighthouse?
What's that got to do with the price of fish?
Because you have the lighthouse lower, the top of the lighthouse lower than their level view.
Oh, Jesus.
You don't see that in reality. In reality, we see things in horizontal.
Christ, you're stupid. We can change the angle. Okay, I'll tell you what. Okay, no,
the reason I said that, one second.
No, do what you
you're
want,
begging the question.
No, I'll do
you're
what
adding.
Here we go. Here we go. No, do what you want.
Calm down, Rumpus, and seriously, calm down, Rumpus, and listen to Brian. Calm down, listen to Brian.
I'm doing what you want.
Right, listen to Brian.
You're begging the question.
Here we go.
Listen to his question. Rumpus.
What I'm saying. In reality, what you're showing there now is more. Now, Rumpus, how come you have this in such a way where it's still the light is still going up and down? If you look what he has, Ranty, he has the thing, he has that angle in it, so the light still looks like it. We don't see that in reality. Lift up the lighthouse. Lift up the lighthouse to horizontal. Lift up the lighthouse to horizontal.
Hold on.
Right.
There's the picture of the tank. Hold on. There's the picture
Hang
of
on.
the tank.
Go back to what I was showing.
That's
Go back
what
to what you were
happens in
showing.
reality.
We don't need all this. Go back to what you were showing. We had that already in the other diagram. We had the laser on the other diagram. We had the laser already in the other. What's wrong? So you keep adding in this curve. Keep trying to add in this curve.
Brian, it's real. Look at it. It's
one at a time, please.
Brian, look at this curve.
One at a time.
In the tank.
Right, okay. Listen, I need to take control here, guys. Brian, what is it you're trying to say? Do you want him to sort of like shoot it off at a parallel angle here?
No, I was just looking for him to bring the lighthouse up, right, and stretch it up the way, right, and bring it up. So we'll see what we actually see in reality, which is that if light is bending down as he's stating as it is through the denser air, right, what will happen is we won't see the very bottom of the lighthouse at a distance, simply because the light is at that distance. The light has bent to the point where it's bending down towards the bottom of the lighthouse.
Okay, I get what you're trying to say. So, Rumpus.
I would like to answer. Hold on. I'd like to have a go.
Hang on. I get what he's trying to ask you. So,
yeah, I'd like to make a point. I'd like to answer. Brian, do you understand this reflects reality? This is what light does in an environment in which there is denser medium at the bottom than there is at the top. It will bend like this. We can see it's happening in real life. Do you accept that light rays bend?
The arrow from here, the yellow arrow from around there, that is what we see, where it goes straight and then bends down.
We see all of this. Brian, you haven't answered my question.
You have the laser light coming in from. You have the laser light coming in from below horizontal.
Brian, do you accept that light bends in this way in reality?
But I don't accept the part before the raised light point.
How can you not? This is a picture of reality.
Please, Rumpus, stop interrupting him. You asked him a question and he gets a few words out, and then you start to talk over him. Please allow him to finish his point when he's responding to you.
I don't accept the part before the yellow arrow here where it says raise high point. I don't accept the point anything to the left of that. I accept to the right of that. Looking out over a distance, that the light will bend down due to the density of the atmosphere. Due to the density of the atmosphere, the air close to the land and sea, yes, it will bend down.
Right. So that is my answer. Right. So Brian, this is a picture of something that happens in reality. You can't just deny that the laser ray is not doing one bit or another bit. It's doing all of it. This is reality. This is science, in effect, a picture of something happening, an observable fact. This is what light does. Now, when you start worrying about this, whether something's on top of a cliff or not, that's another issue. This is another completely different issue. If you want to think about this being on a cliff, then fine. But the point is, this is what light will do in an atmosphere in which there's a denser medium at the bottom than at the top.
Away from the other, you moved away from your other diagram. You're switching around diagrams as it suits you. This is not going to happen here, Rumpus. Right?
You
moved away from the other diagram. Right. The critique I was making was that we don't live in sugar water. So for that bend to take a lot longer, a much huger distance.
I agree with you. I agree with you there.
But you agree with that, yeah?
Because then the distance.
Why do you have this lighthouse? Now we're going to the second one. This one here. Why do you have this lighthouse, right, where the observer, the light has been bent down to the top of the lighthouse? That's not. Unless the observer is on a cliff above the lighthouse.
On a cliff, then you
what we see.
Put it into
the horizontal.
Let's pretend he's on a cliff. Okay.
The horizontal.
Right, here we go then. I've put him on a cliff. There you go. Next.
No. Bring the lighthouse up to the horizontal. We want to see the horizontal. We want to see.
No, we want this. No, we're dealing with this.
You're avoiding doing what I'm asking you to do.
We're dealing with this now. We've got
what's going to.
What's the problem now?
Well, you keep on adding in this curve. Why do you need to have? There's no. Now he's seeing the top of the lighthouse. That's not my point. The point is that's someone on a cliff. That's not what we're arguing about. What we're arguing about is someone looking in a direct horizontal and what they're going to see over a horizontal. What they're going to see over a horizontal is, with a big enough distance, they're not going to see the bottom of the lighthouse.
They will. They'll see
the light bending down. The lighthouse is far enough away. You're literally disproving.
Okay, Brian. So what you're saying is, if this lighthouse was all the way over here, what you're saying is that I cannot draw a line between the base of the lighthouse and the eye. Is that your point?
My point is that the lighthouse base is going to be the light from the base of the lighthouse is not going to reach the eye if it goes far enough away.
Exactly. So why didn't you just agree with me? Your point is, Brian, let me finish. Brian, so your point is, Brian, what you're saying is that if I move this lighthouse sufficiently far away to the right, there cannot be a path of light.
Far enough away with it, you won't see it at all.
Yes, you will. There's Brian, I can change, even with a curve, I can still get to the base of the lighthouse.
No, Rumpus. Eventually, no Rumpus. Eventually, the lighthouse will go far enough away so it'll start to disappear from the bottom up. You're literally proving flat out. Welcome to flat out. You're literally proving it here, Rumpus.
Bottom of the lighthouse. There is no obstruction. You will always.
You won't.
Right, one at a time. Jesus. Right, you guys need to calm down.
That will get you from the base of the lighthouse to the observer in all circumstances.
Right. Do you know what I think's happening here? Is that Brian's trying to explain, and when he gets to the point of what he wants to actually finally say, because it takes him so damn long to get a bloody sentence out, you interrupt him, and then you end up arguing against each other. So can you just let Brian finish his point, and then I want you to say, I am now finished, and then Rumpus take over. Please don't interrupt each other. This is turning into a shit show.
My point is that Rumpus keeps on having, the lighthouse is still way down below eye level. Bring the lighthouse in and make it higher, and then move it away and follow the curve of the green laser. What'll happen is that eventually that green laser won't be hitting the bottom of the lighthouse. So the only light you're going to see won't be the bottom of the lighthouse. You only see it from 3/4 away, and the further it goes away, you'll see half of it. The further it goes away, you'll see 1/3 of it, and the further it goes away, you won't see it at all. Because that's what happens. What would happen on a flat plane, right? With what Rumpus is saying concerning light, and that is exactly what we see. That's exactly what we see. It wouldn't happen on a globe. It would happen on a flat plane. That's exactly what we see. Because we end up with objects that are far beyond what a geometrical horizon would allow, right? And we end up 3 times out of 4 not being able to see the bottom of it.
Yeah, because you're a moron. I've just shown you. I assume you finished. I assume you finished your drivel. There will always be a path from the base of this lighthouse following that curve to the observer. There is no position that you can put the lighthouse in without something being in the way, in which there will not be one light ray. It might have to come off at a different angle to get to the observer. And if you can't appreciate that, then you clearly don't have even the most basic understanding of geometry. But then I suppose we knew that. You're a moron. The argument you're making is so utterly stupid, you might as well be saying that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I know you're stupid, but you really are reaching the depths of stupidity here. Just extraordinary stupidity on display. If you don't understand that you can't draw a line between the base of that lighthouse and the observer with a curve. I've finished.
Okay. Rumpus, you keep on putting everything on a globe where all the light is bending around it.
No, it's on flat here.
Right? No, right. It's not on flat. We can't see the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is down. You will not do what I asked you to do with the lighthouse.
What do you want me to do, you twat? What do you want me to do, you stupid twat?
Stop. I wasn't finished. Right? I wasn't finished. Right? The point I'm making, Rumpus, is that you keep on, right, trying to bend everything around a curve. Whereas what we see in reality, right, is we see objects like lighthouses in observations at distances way beyond what would be a geometric horizon in accordance with the globe's mathematics. What we end up seeing is 3 times out of 4, we end up not being able to see the bottom of things, right, at a distance, or we only see half of them, and that's down to the light. The light is being bent, and it depends on the atmosphere on the day, right? Sometimes it's worse. Sometimes we can see all of the lighthouse. Sometimes we'll only see 3/4. Sometimes we'll only see half. And it could be same observation height with the same camera, same person, same place, same location, everything. It could be all exactly the same. And what changes is that how much light is being bent down on the. I'm not finished speaking.
Jesus Christ, how long are you going to be?
But you're not allowing me. Well, you keep speaking over me.
Let him finish, Rumpus. Let him finish.
Jesus Christ.
Let him finish.
So my point is that what we see in reality with real observations totally supports a totally flat plane with the light being bent down at a distance.
No, it doesn't. Exactly the opposite.
Yes.
Right, so you claimed, how do I explain looming? I've told you, I don't know, what, 25 times now probably. This is how things get loomed up from behind the curve. I've shown it to you thousands, well, 25
Can you just repeat that? This is how things get loomed up from behind the curve?
As well as being loomed before the curve
No, I just wanted to confirm that's what you said.
It does both. It does both. You get looming before the curve, right next to the person, 2 inches in front of someone's face, it's still loomed up. 6 inches in someone's face, it's loomed up. 20 feet in front of someone's face, it's loomed up. 200 yards away, it's loomed up. All the way to the geometric horizon, which is loomed up. All the way to the apparent horizon, which is also loomed up. Every part of the light path that goes on is loomed up.
In relation to the horizon?
No.
Yes.
Relation to the
when abnormal refraction increases the apparent elevation of distant objects, often lifting above the horizon things normally below it. It's all right. I'll put you on mute whilst I actually get this. No. Let me just finish getting this point out. When abnormal refraction increases the apparent elevation of distant objects, often lifting above the horizon things normally below it. This process is called looming. From Talman. Citation, and he has dropped. What a surprise. Didn't like the citations, didn't like the point that he pointed out, looming many times, and tried to then say that it was before the horizon, but he can't prove any citations that back him up on that at all. Brian, you're still there though?
No. I'm still here, yeah. Basically, everything that Rumpus is pushing forward involves everything being seen on the horizontal, but only because it's actually always, all of it has always been loomed up, regardless of whether there's a horizon to be loomed above, a geometric horizon to be loomed above or not. This is what he's trying to push. And everything he was doing there involved the lighthouse being below the eye level because it's all going over a curve. I mean, the whole thing about light being bent down by the denser air that's close to the sea and to the land, especially at the sea, that totally explains why we see things like boats and lighthouses and things at a big distance, and mountains and stuff at a big distance, but the bottom of them seem to be missing. Even though they're way too far to be seen on the globe, the bottoms of them, 3 times out of 4, seems to be missing. Or half of it is missing on a different day. Then another day we see all of it. It's because of the light being bent. That's one of the main reasons.
Just one thing. I just mentioned this super chat from Anthony Burrows. What a great show! See you all Monday at the same time. So essentially, he rage quit, ran out, couldn't handle the pressure.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have anything official to back up what he's saying. He doesn't have anything. So.
What was quite evident was through all of this, I've been pretty much impartial for the most part. A couple of times I've chirped in, but I've also been fair to him as well. But ultimately, he just has a diagram, and he doesn't have any citations that show what he's trying to say, which is that a boat that should be behind the geometric horizon, when there's looming going on, that the horizon will be loomed up behind the boat that's being loomed up behind the geometric horizon. That just doesn't work out that way. It's anything that's being loomed up is in relation to either the geo or the apparent horizon, and you can't have things in front of it, and he doesn't get that.
But even the apparent horizon, see, when you were reading out that definition or that citation, nothing can be loomed above the apparent horizon. This is another thing that's not correct. That's something that they put in there, right, because they have to, because they don't have a geometric horizon. Nothing can be loomed above an apparent horizon, because an apparent horizon is not a physical place. You can't have looming above an apparent. It has to be a geometric. That's the whole point of looming, because it's based on a radius. It comes back to its basis as a radius. So even with the apparent horizon thing, nothing can be loomed above that, because it's not a place. It's not a real place. Do you understand what I mean? You need somewhere that's a real place, that's a geometric horizon of a globe for things to come up from behind. That's why, if you don't understand what I mean. So even that is not correct to say things loom above an apparent. They don't.
Well, this is my citation. This is my citation for for looming. Essentially, this is my citation.
I mean,
I'm showing what I'm showing here. No. What I'm showing here is the black swan photo. This is my citation for looming, and I want them to come back to us and tell us how this is looming. You can't have it looming. This isn't looming. No matter what they try to say, because this has to be loomed up in relation to something, either the geometric horizon, which would be somewhere down here, or the apparent horizon. It has to be loomed up behind that or on it. So you cannot have the horizon behind it. It's impossible.
Well, looming is based around the radius of the globe. That's the idea. Looming comes from R. So it's the only one of the. We're told it's the one atmospheric effect we see more than any of the others. But that's only because we never see it. We're told everything is always looming. But that's not the case. Things aren't looming because we don't have a geometric horizon for anything to loom above it. What we have is a situation where we're seeing big objects at a distance, and the light has been bending down, and it's hitting the water or the land before it's getting to the bottom of that object. So we're not getting to see the bottom of the object. He's literally proven flat out. Sorry.
Yeah, what he wouldn't accept though was that he wouldn't let you finish a sentence. So, well, to be fair, I mean, you do take a while to say anything. You can take 2 minutes to say something. You could probably get out in 10 seconds. So yeah, that's understandable. But still, he should still let you finish what you're trying to say. And because you're not able to get to the, your crescendo takes so long to get there that he gets frustrated over it.
In my defence, it's because I'm frustrated. When I'm frustrated, it takes me a lot longer to get to the crescendo. If I'm not frustrated or trying to get me pointing kind of like as fast as possible, then it'll happen faster. But the frustration when you're dealing with Rumpus is that you're trying to say something and he's throwing things in there as you're trying to say it. So when you're trying to have it down through with him, I admit, it's true, it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does happen, but the reason it happens is down to my frustration. When I'm not frustrated, I can get it out a bit faster. But yes, when I get to the point, it does take a little bit longer than some people. I agree.
Well, what you need to do with Rumpus and how you handle Rumpus is it's pretty easy. It's how you handle most globers. So you will ask them, rather than asking them a very tricky question, you will ask them part of your question. So let's suppose on that image you wanted him to do something with that image inside the fish tank. So rather than asking the whole question and telling him everything you want, he would know where you were heading with that particular line of questioning, and he'll obfuscate and cause a row and try to change and deflect. So what you would do is you would say, can you just go to that the fish tank example? And he goes down to the fish tank and say, right, what is it now? And you say, I was just wondering, could you turn the fish tank slightly so that it's parallel? You don't have to ask him why. You don't have to give him any kind of information other than just asking him to do something with that image. Just turn it, twist it. It's his image at the end of the day. And then you ask him little bits of questions, one after the other. You don't have to. If you lay it all on the line to start with, they know where it's going and they will derail the conversation. So what you have to do is you have to play it bit by bit. You have to throw the fishing line out and then reel it in a little bit and then reel it in a little bit more. You don't go for the full reeling straight away. When you're trying to hook a fish, you have a little play with it first. You tire it out and then you actually stick it in the net. So what I would say is what you're trying to do is you're trying to reel that fish in immediately, and the fish is fighting back. What you want to do is a little bit at a time, just get him to move the progression on a little bit, and that's how you will land that fish. That's how I've been able to destroy Rumpus every time we've debated. That's how I destroyed the Roohif, Rumpus, Brenda, anybody that's come in. You got to do it bit by bit. Let them fall by their own words. Let them get into that position where they can't get out of it.
What I wanted him to do was move up, either concentrate on the top lighthouse or move up the bottom lighthouse, one or the other, and stretch it up, and he wouldn't do it because he knew what I was talking about. He wouldn't allow it.
So what you should have done is just say, can you move that lighthouse up, please? Don't tell him why you're doing it. Just say, you see that lighthouse? Is there any chance you can move that up? Anything that you want to do, you have to ask them the question in a way that they don't know where you're going with it. You don't tell them what you're asking them to do it for. You just ask them to just move the lighthouse a little bit, and and if he says why, just say, well, I'll explain in a minute, but I just want to see something different on your image. Just bear with me. Just do this, and he'll do it because he'll be like, okay, where's he going with this? But if you tell him why are you going to be doing that? Then he'll kick off and scream and throw the toys out of the pram like he does all the time.
Yeah, but at least it's obvious as to why he's doing it. That's something. There's something out of it. Because anyone watching a Globe or a flat would know why he's doing that. You know why he's going against it.
Oh, it was obvious.
Yeah, Anthony left. Anthony had enough of him. He couldn't deal with him.
Well, the thing was, you contacted me yesterday because you wanted a debate with Roohif. In fact, you contacted me a few days ago, so you wanted a debate with Roohif. You got that, and you also was going to do a debate with the Rumpus. So I guess we've included it both in one session. So essentially, you got to debate both of them. How do you feel it went?
Well, Rumpus, it was. I wanted to kind of. If I was going to debate him, I wanted to see if I was going to debate Rumpus. The minute he came in, he came in shouting and screaming. But that wouldn't happen in a debate. It would have been more gradual. And when I can keep Rumpus calm, I can get more like I'll be more like what you're saying, kind of like asking questions and and would you tell me, and do you agree to this? Do you agree to that kind of thing? So with Rumpus, it was more of a shouting match. But Roohif, it was good. Like the thing with the sun, he was kind of like trying to say the sun is coming from southeast, but it only appears to be. It can't be coming from the southeast if it's actually going around. The sunlight is going around. The sun is going around north of him. But that was all a begging the question thing anyway, because it was all based around rotation, all the rest of it. So it was like it wasn't going anywhere. None of us could prove any of that. He just wanted to latch onto the north, the tropical Capricorn being north of him, and the sun's seemingly coming from southeast. And I knew when he drew the line, he was going to go straight to that sun he had. That was no big deal. After that, he was fighting a losing battle because he had nothing to support the whole Horizon and Looming thing. He couldn't support that. He could only say, I don't accept this or I don't accept that, whatever. He couldn't support that. But Anthony was mad to come in then and kind of debate with him. So, but Anthony was coming in about the thing he read out from Rumpus. But look, I don't know. It's up to the audience. Like it was good fun. It was enjoyable. It wasn't really like a really serious debate.
This is how I just put an image up for the audience. This is I don't know. We don't know what the Rumpus looks like, but I can imagine when he's banging away, dying to get in there, and he's shaking his tree. I want to come in. I want to come in. Shut up, you twat! Shut up, you twat! I can just imagine that. This is my image of him. Because you don't have somebody's face to go on, so you just got to kind of put a face to somebody. And if I'm thinking of somebody, this little Chucky doll is how I'm sort of seeing him. So
he's a funny character. He's a funny character. It's like he came in shouting and screaming like straight away. I just don't really get insulted when he's calling me when he's calling me a twat or any of the rest of it. I just don't, because he just does so much of it. I don't know how to get frustrated by it. It's frustrating for a minute, but then afterwards I don't care. But someone else will talk to you like that, and you get insulted by it. But you don't deal with Rumpus because he does it with everybody. He does it to people on his own side. He'll just speak to someone like that on Jose, who's on his own side. Do you know what I mean? He just doesn't. He's a unique character, isn't he? I don't dislike Rumpus.
Honestly, it never harmed me when I was growing up. I had discipline growing up, and I knew how to speak to people. I still know how to speak to people. I have a lot of respect for people when I'm talking to them, and I just feel that it seems to me that the Rumpus has maybe been so privileged in all his life. He's never ever been told what to do or had a smack. Just got away with everything. You imagine the only child. He's like the only child that has never ever had any kind of discipline. That's just got away with everything. The golden boy that was been and this is how he acts. He acts like the world owes him something. So that's why I've put this image up, because this is how I can see him in his real life being this way can you imagine him going down to the shop? What do you mean you've got no milk in? How dare you not have milk in? This is a shop, is it not? Well, I'm never ever coming in this ever again. Ooh. Like that's just how he is. Me, I'd be like, oh, you got no milk? Yeah, you run out of milk. Oh, no problem, mate. I'll come back tomorrow. It's not a problem. No big deal. It's not worth having a hernia over.
I think that maybe the Rumpus might be just somebody who's more likely to be like that in this subject online, that outside of this arena, that he may not be so, well, obviously in real life he wouldn't be so fast to call someone a twat, because you get a right hander, don't you? Really fast.
you just put, get some milk, you twat. But honestly, I was seriously imagining when we had Roohif in here, because Tony wanted to come in and he wanted to ask Roohif some questions, so he did. He came in and it was you two against Roohif, and Rumpus had already said could come in and debate Tony, and I could see him in the chat and he's typing away and he's spamming the same thing over and over again, and I'm thinking, it reminded me of like a tag team match, when you've got 2 versus 2 in a wrestling match, and one of them's pinned in a corner and getting beaten out, smashed and beaten, and I'm the referee and I'm holding the Rumpus back. No, you've not been tagged in yet, mate. No, you've not been tagged in. And I could just imagine he was like banging on the ropes and jumping up and down, stamping his feet, and I could imagine he was doing that because he's typing away, you twat this, you twat, read your comments, I've sent you a message on Skype, Roohif, you're wrong, Roohif is right, and I'm like, I could just see how wound up he was getting in the chat, and I'm just like, I'm leaving you in yet, because Roohif is getting completely owned here, and he wants to come in and derail it. I thought, no, it's not happening, because I know when Roohif's ready to go, and I knew when he was going to leave, and I thought, right, now I'll bring him in. So he came in hot. In hot, and he was like, because he'd been kept on the sidelines for so long, and he was like,
I was expecting it. Because I saw some of his comments at the side there. Because when Anthony came in, I got he was talking to Roof, and I saw his comments, and every second comment was from Rumpus, and they're all in capital letters, bold. Can I come in, or this and that, or that? It's just like. He's just like, imagine the amount of anger goes into his keyboard. No?
He probably needs to
break the computer with that kind of anger. Huh?
He probably needs to replace his keyboard every 2 weeks.
Yeah, Jesus. He puts such emphasis on things like that. Like he's a gas man. He's funny, and even when he's calling you names, you start laughing because he's boiling inside.
Well, he's got a million tabs open, and it's like, I don't know if he knows that he can just bookmark things, because it feels to me like what he'll do is with Windows 10, when you shut your PC down, if you shut it down with, say, Chrome or something open, it will just automatically restore all the previous stuff that you've had up. So I think he's got 150 tabs open, and he's these are the tabs that he uses, kind of thing. But hello, if you just bookmark things, you can just click the little star to the side of it and it'll bookmark it for you. You don't have to have all those tabs open, and that way, you can use your computer. It's not going to crash all the time. I don't know.
He had 650 something tabs open or something when you and Anthony were talking to him there a couple of weeks ago. How would you find anything? How would you find the tab you're looking for at that stage? Like I have about 15 tabs open, and I still have to look before I can make sure that I know which one is the one I'm going to. Kind of it. It's just like, I don't know.
It's just funny. Look, at the end of the day, I give the Rumpus a platform here, and I'm happy to have him back whenever he wants, but. It would just help if he just turned it down a notch, when he comes in. It doesn't have to be so hot all the time. But I think maybe because when me and him have these conversations, I sort of like I say, I just lead him down a path, and he's happy to walk down that path. He doesn't need to get irate over it. He only gets irate at the very last minute when he realises he's in a trap. But you spring your trap too soon. You walk up to him and you've got a gun held to his head when you're asking him questions. What you should be doing is walking up to him and holding his hand, and then pull the gun out at the end. Just don't don't lead him down the path, because he will offer up the information if you actually talk to him properly. Well, not talk to him properly, but if you sort of like navigate his personality better, because his personality is very, very, like I said, it's like it's never been disciplined as a child,
Well, the thing about it is that if I was going to have a debate with him, I would be calm and I would be more asking some questions coming in. But when he come in like that, and that immediately, straight away, I got irate. Not angry at him, but irate. So it was like it was a battle of him over talking me and me over talking him and him over talking Anthony and Anthony over talking him. It became that. And so as it went on, it just became rather than anyone getting anywhere. At the end, it did happen, but it became anyone getting anywhere. It was just like, who can overtalk each other the most and be the most disrespectful to each other's point the most. Anyway, it became that.
Well, this is the citation. Sorry, this is the citation that finished him off. So it's from Talman, 1932.
I have that, yes.
And it's still referred to. I actually got this through the Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator. So you click on that, you find the Looming on that page. He gives you a link. You click that link and it takes you to this education. So even using Walter Bislin's curve calculator, which is the one that they all prefer, the citation for what they're trying to portray when they lift and loom and sink that distant building in their model is taken from this citation from Talman 1932, which says, when abnormal refraction increases the apparent elevation of a distant object, often lifting above the horizon things normally below it, this process is described as looming. And that was the one that finished him off. He didn't like that citation because he doesn't have a citation that refutes this and gives him his bollocks bullshit with the boat before the lighthouse and the horizon extending beyond the boat. That doesn't happen. That isn't the description for looming. It is not the case, and he can't find a citation to back him up. So you can beat him around the head with this citation and others, not just this one, but and other ones as well, because he can't deny the black swan image. The black swan image destroys their argument, and that's it. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to put a boat below the horizon and say, everything's loomed, but it would be loomed in relation to each other. It would be a linear thing. They would all be loomed up in symmetry, so to speak. The horizon would be loomed up. Okay, let's give them that, but then the boat would be too. But what he's done is he's placed the boat in the same location. In fact, he's lowered it, increased the height of the horizon, and increased the lighthouse to make it look like the black swan. But it's not how it's described. That isn't the definition for looming. It's not.
I wonder before the black swan came out if he had the boat in that position.
Probably not.
No.
I can't say for sure, but it's quite possible that it's not. But one thing he didn't change was his citation inside his own rhetoric inside that PDF, which described what looming is. And he said, lifted up behind the geometric horizon. It was like, boom, it's in your own words. You say it in your own words. This is the definition of looming. You have to lift it up above something, the horizon or the apparent horizon, one or the other, but it's lifted up behind that.
But you see that apparent horizon thing, that's not correct. It has to be geometric. The apparent horizon has no connection to geometry, whereas the looming is based on the geometry of the globe. So by saying apparent, that would allow. Remember, Roohif had those two side-by-side photographs earlier, and I said, which one of those horizons is geometric? And he said no. And I said, are they both apparent? He said yes. And I said, you can't have looming above it. By saying a looming above an apparent horizon would allow for him to claim looming in that situation, when it's not correct. Looming has to be based on a geometric. It has to come up from behind something. So that thing about the whole thing about something being loomed above the apparent horizon, that's an impossibility, as the apparent horizon is already a not actual location. It's not real. It's not a real place. Whereas the geometric horizon would be a real physical place, like the crest of a hill. So that whole thing about the apparent horizon, things being loomed up, that's not correct. So that it has to be geometric. I
just want to read out what Roohif sent to me on Skype. So Roohif left. The Rumpus joined almost immediately. They were there for maybe 20 seconds together on the same panel. Then Roohif left, and Roohif he sent to me, "LOL, Rumpused immediately," with a big smiley face. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. He came in and he Rumpused immediately. He was raging.
He said something to me as well. I had one or two messages when he left back and forth with him, and he said that to me. He said, I literally left as Rumpus was screaming, he said, or something like that.
beating the keyboard, smashing things up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Jesus.
Oh, that's hilarious. Do you know, I keep forgetting to do this. I've got a live chat and I've got the top chat. So what I'll do is I just leave it on auto and it brings up top chat. When you actually click the live chat, it's more active. You get more people's comments that are shown. So that's probably why not many people's comments are popping up, because we've got 140 people watching, which is pretty awesome actually. But right, let's see. So anyway, it's getting on a bit actually now. It's we've been doing this for over 4 hours now, so I think it's time to.
11, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. Yeah, time to call. We got both the bit. Well, we didn't get debates in. The first one was kind of a bit of a debate. The second one with Rumpus was just mayhem as usual. But I'll debate him another time on it or something. No bothers.
Say that again. Sorry.
I just say I'll debate him another time on it. Anyway, there's no bothers. I'll debate him another time if he wants on that. Another night, no big deal. I'll do that.
Cool stuff. Right, one last thing before I go, because I don't normally promote this, is my Patreon. So if anybody feels like they want to support me and support the show, support the format, support the research, I do have a Patreon. I'm just going to put it on the screen now so that you guys can actually see. There's my Patreon, and you can find me by searching for Ranty Flat Earth, and there's all different tiers that you can join in: $2 a month, $5 a month, etc. and up. I really would appreciate your support. It would help, and it would encourage more shows like this and more work going forward. So I'm going to put the link in the info box as well, in the chat as well. So if any of you guys feel like you want to support the show, I would appreciate that. I really would. So there we go. Right, so anything you want to say, Brian, before we round up?
No, I just hope everyone enjoyed it, and more proving of the Earth being flat. That's it. And thanks for having me on.
No worries. And listen, if you're a flat earther out there, by the way, Flats is doing some amazing work. I've been talking to him on Skype, and he's going to get a presentation together. He's done some great work that absolutely destroys Miles Davis's claims, I have to say. Miles Davis is out there filming in the most adverse conditions you can think of. So's Flatser, but I tell you what, he's bringing the schnizzle. He really is, and he's got it. Believe you me. So he's going to be putting a presentation together with some of his best observations over the past year, and I can't wait to actually see them. So I've seen a lot of stuff because he's been messaging me quite a lot over the past few months with updates as to what he's actually been doing, and his channel is relatively small, but I have a feeling that after he actually puts all this information out and shows you the hard work that he's been doing with his own P1000 he's got in the same location as Miles Davis, I have a feeling that a lot of people from this platform here are going to head on over and subscribe to him, because he's doing excellent work. So that's hopefully going to be next week. And in the meantime, I've got a couple of more presentations booked in for next week as well. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing, how I'm going to format all this. It could be 2 or 3 presentations. It could be 2 or 3 presentations and a couple of chit chats. Who knows where it's going to end up? But if you're a globe earther, flat earther, concave earther, it doesn't really matter. Email me, ranty@rantyflatearth.com, or find me on Skype. You can find me under Ranty Flat Earth. Add me and I'll either bring you on, we'll have a discussion, we'll find out what kind of presentation you've got, and we'll get something sorted out. As Brian will attest to here, when you do your presentations, you don't get interrupted. It's very fair. I allow you to come in and whatever you've got, put it on the line, tell us what your information is. So globe earther, flat earther, let's get this information out there. If you've got something to say, back it up, bring a presentation, and you can do it here with absolutely no problems. If you've got a quarrel with somebody, if you want to call somebody out, if you want to get into a debate with somebody, again, email me or find me on Skype and tell me who you got this beef with, who you want to actually bring up a point with. You might have a grievance with them, and I'll try my best to sort out a compromise where you actually get to have a debate with each other on that subject. In any case, I appreciate, Brian, you've been here for 4 hours. You've been an absolute trooper. You've debated both.
Thanks for having me on, Rampy.
No worries. You've debated Roohif and you've debated the Rumpus, so kudos for that. We had Ali B that stopped by. We also had Sleeping Warrior. He stopped by too. And yeah, I mean, I could keep going, but to be honest, I'm getting a bit tired. I was up till late last night after Jaren's and then my own show, so feels like I just need a little bit of a break now. So I'm off for the weekend, back on Monday. I hope everyone has a great weekend, and I will see you all in the next one.